Bienvenidos, welcome to the HMBCC City Council. Tuesday, March 5th, 2024. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Jimenez, unfortunately, Councilmember Reddick is not able to attend in person tonight. She is under the weather with an illness and has notified us that she will be attending remotely for just cause due to this illness. City Attorney Engberg has confirmed that Councilmember Reddick may do so under new Brown Act meeting provisions, provided a quorum of the board attends in person. Given that I see a quorum of council members here in person tonight, Councilmember Reddick may attend remotely. Councilmember Reddick, as required by the Brown Act, could you please let us know if there is anyone 18 years of age or older in the room with you, and if so, your relationship with them? You're muted, Councilmember.
There's no one in the room, but my son who's over 18 is in the house, but not in this room.
Thank you. Finally, as a reminder to the mayor, all votes tonight will need to be done by roll call. And I'll continue the rest of roll call. Councilmember Brownstone?
Here.
Vice Mayor Verbeck?
Here.
Mayor Jimenez?
Here.
You have a quorum.
May we stand for Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Say aye.
No, I can't.
Mayor Jimenez, I
can't do that.
have to call roll call for all votes tonight. Councilmember Reddick?
Aye.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Verbeck?
Yes.
Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Do you have any proclamations or presentations? No. Announcements. Last week there was an event here in Half Moon Bay. PG&E was present. It was a multicultural event. The whole community was invited. It was to talk about resources for our community. It was done at the library. So events like that are always welcome in our community to talk about our diversity and our equity. So it was a good event. I was present. There was a performance from the Lion Dance Chinese group, and also a group from Redwood City, Casa Círculo. Watermelon dance, and there was also food available and a lot of information in both languages, English and Spanish, and there was a translation of Mandarin.
Wonderful.
No more announcement. Do you have any reports from our recent closed session?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The Council did meet in closed session prior to this meeting to discuss two items of litigation, both involving the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast side. Nothing to report out.
Thank you. City managers?
We have two city manager updates tonight. The first will be from our Community Services Analyst, Julissa Acosta.
Good evening, Mayor Jimenez, council members, and community. I'm Julissa Acosta, Community Services Analyst with City Manager's Office, and I'm here to present a Community Services and Financial Assistant update to the group. We are at mid-year, and I wanted to remind everyone this year, funding for CSFA was based on COSA Recovery Initiative recommendations, still with the mindset of coordinated and integrated approach among COSI nonprofit providers, and with the goal of increasing and strengthening capacity of the safety net providers. This year we funded 9 organizations that provide said services that range from food, housing, job-related support, child care and after-school care, as well as mental health and dental care. And they received funding for this year to provide services throughout the coast, specifically for the city of Half Moon Bay, and they have met their 50% mark for the mid-year and are on pretty good track to meet their goals by the end of the fiscal year. We continue with the cohort model approach this year, and we bring together the group of executive directors and senior staff to a couple meetings throughout the year to work on that collaboration message. And I'm really happy to share that this year, the seed that we planted last year has finally sprouted, and we're starting to see the fruits. Collectively, we applied for Measure K funding last January with a focus on healthcare access to the coast specifically. We applied for $1.6 million. We don't know the results of that application yet, but we're really happy that the whole group came together with the efforts joined by the Age-Friendly Initiative and the Healthcare Advocacy Group that had already spearheaded some of this movement towards healthcare access. And our goal was to start with lab services on the coast and also potentially doing a feasibility study to add additional services to the coast. So I'm really happy to share those news with all of you. And I will be coming back to council in a couple months once we meet with the subcommittee and find direction on what steps we're taking next. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have our sustainability analyst, Matt Nichols from Public Works, who will be introducing a presentation from Republic Services.
Thank you so much. Good evening, council, members of the public. My name is Matt Nichols with your Public Works Department. Prior to COVID and kind of back in 2019 and before then, it was a pretty regular occurrence to do an annual update on the city's solid waste progress and the work that we were doing towards being environmentally friendly, recycling, working on organic services, things like that. And we're hoping to bring that back tonight and continue on that annual tradition of doing those updates. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce you to Monica, someone who I've really enjoyed working with these past years, and take it away.
Thank you, Matt. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, and the community. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to give you kind of an update. As Matt mentioned, it's been a while since we've been before you. I think right before COVID hit in 2020 was the last time we were before you to give you kind of a state of the state on our programs and services. So I couldn't resist including this photo. Some of you may recognize him as Wyatt from Veronica, who's no longer with the city. He happened to be at a lot of our events, and I always love seeing kids and how excited they get over our programs and trucks and carts. So I'll be going over kind of a reflection of what happened 2023, what's ahead in 2024, and our upcoming events. So the first thing I'd like to do is we've had some staffing changes at the end of 2023 and the beginning of 2024. The first one being our general manager, Travis Armstrong, has taken another position with Republic Services up in San Francisco. And Catherine DeColvey is our general manager, who is also under the weather. And so she is joining us by Zoom, and I'd like to give her an opportunity to speak and introduce herself to you.
Thank you, Monica. Hi, everyone. Apologies that I couldn't be there in person, but I did want to introduce myself. So as Monica mentioned, I'm the new general manager, responsible for the business unit that services Half Moon Bay, and been with Republic for about 4 years. In the finance organization and a couple of different of our lines of business. So I have a good idea of what we do, and have gotten to spend quite a bit of time in Half Moon Bay, actually, because I trained with Travis, the previous GM, for about a year prior to taking this role. So just wanted to say hello to everyone. I will see you in person next time, and I'm very much looking forward to working together.
Thank you, Catherine. The other change we had is our recycling coordinator / new title sustainability advisor, Janine Minix, who'd been with Republic Services for 11 years. decided at the end of last year that she was going to look at what the next chapter of her life is going to entail. So she's no longer with us, but we have Sarah Prescott, who has been with Republic Services coming on 3 years, and she's done a number of events in Half Moon Bay, and Janine, before she left, had a chance to take her around and start introducing her to some of the businesses that are in town, and so you'll start seeing Sarah more at our events. The other thing that 2023 was comprised of was increased participation in organics. We've been emphasizing adding more commercial programs, and I'll get to that more in later slides. We partnered with the city and the county for the 5th year of the scholarship program. It's changed a little bit as the city and us have tried to figure out what's the best way that we can get participation from Half Moon Bay High School students so that they can get the scholarship. So we did that last year, and we participated in a number of community events that I have some photos of later in this presentation as well. And then the other thing I wanted to highlight for 2023 is, as you all know, the beginning of 2023, and seems like it continues, saw some heavy storms resulting in flooding in neighborhoods and significant power outages that lasted for a while. As a community partner, we donated debris box services to those neighborhoods impacted to get rid of their flood damage items, as well as any spoiled items from their fridge. So that was kind of the overview of 2023. Continuing with that, it's all things organics. That's really what Matt and I basically talk about anytime we talk. There's a lot of state mandates. You've heard us talk about these before. AB 1826 was the commercial mandatory organics mandate that went into effect several years ago, and the thresholds for it dropped, and we worked at the end of 2022 and the beginning of 2023 together to bring those that were still not compliant with that into compliance. And then 1383 requires basically everybody, residents and businesses, to have organics. So 1826 starts to kind of sunset, and 1383 went into effect in 2022. But because of COVID, the shutdown of businesses and all the challenges that went into it, it's been a start and stop kind of effort. So, but sorry. We did have successes and challenges. We did increase commercial recycling and organics focus. As I've pointed out here, in 2022, we collected approximately 400 tons of organics for commercial businesses. In 2023, we collected about 452 tons. While that incremental may not seem like a lot, what we've done since we added commercial organics services is really started with the largest generators and producers. And so as we whittle down the list and get down to the end of those that are not compliant, their volume is not as much as some of the earlier customers. So by weight, it may not increase as much, but that number will still continue to change. The challenges, ongoing issues. As I mentioned, COVID had a significant impact with the start and stop of services, businesses closing and opening, partially opening. They lost a lot of staffing in that time. And so for us, really, 2023 was almost like a new introduction of a new program, because a lot of these folks had changed hands so many times in turnovers that we really had to go back and start from step one of education and training, re-signing businesses that were previously doing organics. And they continue to still have some of those staffing challenges, and so we're dealing with those issues of going back and retraining. There's also space constraint issues, especially up and down Main Street for some of the places, and the costs both of staffing and having the additional time required to sort your material into multiple streams rather than just putting it in the trash. Community events, we continue to do a lot of community events in partnership with the city as well as the Chamber and Beautification Committee and other organizations. I've highlighted some of them here. I was pleased to have some of the city staff and Public Works and the city manager's office come up and tour our facilities where the materials go. We participated in the first, hopefully annual Pride Parade that was held in June. We did Earth Day events, community recycling events, and beach cleanups. And that's Sarah in the center photo with me in the lighter blue shirt. So community partnerships, I told Matt I could do the presentation just on this alone because this was really exciting for me. This was a three-way partnership between the city, state parks, and Republic Services. Under SB 1383, the city has requirements to procure finished compost or mulch and use it in city limits, give it away, whatever, but there's a set amount that the city has to procure annually. And so one of the things that Matt worked on was partnering with the state beaches at Dunes Beach and Venice Beach to get natural mulch from our Republic Services facility, Newbie Island, which is actually where all the organics from Half Moon Bay residents and businesses go and get composted. And so we delivered a total of 80 cubic yards of finished mulch to the two locations, and I just included some photos. And so you could see the state parks wanted to do this because their areas are filled with invasive weeds. And so you can see the truck dumping the natural mulch. They had a whole group of volunteers that went out over multiple days, putting down cardboard, spreading the mulch, pulling the weeds, and then they also did volunteer planting at the beginning of this year. And I'm going to turn this over to Matt now if he wants to say anything else.
Great, thank you. Yeah, this has been a really great program. State beaches and state parks have been doing these programs since before we came along and provided them with some mulch. It's a great way for them to maintain our beautiful trails and beaches, and with this SB 1383 procurement requirement, we thought what better way to give that mulch back to the community than to use it to help make our state beaches more beautiful. Good news with this program is we recently just got a grant from CalRecycle to continually fund providing mulch to state parks up until 2026, so we'll be able to keep this program going and build on that relationship. Yeah, so look forward to more awesome pictures and more great habitat restoration.
More education and outreach and persistence on getting businesses and residents and everybody in Half Moon Bay to compost, recycle, and do it as right as possible. We have our annual CPI adjustment coming up. What Republic Services is doing to shape a circular economy, as well as our upcoming events. So for education and outreach, on the commercial side, the businesses, 2024 is the year that the city, under their ordinance for 1383, will need to be looking at enforcing those businesses that are currently not complying to comply with the mandate. And so we're going to be, sorry, it's getting loud. We're going to be working closely together to come up with the approach that the city wants to take and how we roll it out to make sure as many businesses as possible are compliant, or if they need waivers for not generating enough, or if they have space issues, then those waivers are put in place as well. The indoor bin program is through a grant that the city received, and these are the internal, we call them Slim Jims. They're the skinnier bins, not our carts, that the city is going to be providing at no cost to businesses in the city who apply and get the containers. And so we'll partner with the city on doing the education outreach on those. Do you want to add anything on it? And that program is going to start next month. Ongoing education efforts, we're going to be boots on the ground, doing more waste assessments and training, and contamination monitoring. One of the things that comes with 1383 as well is how clean this material is, both at the curb as well as what it looks like when it gets to the facility. And so you'll be hearing us talking about this a lot, and we'll be working together on figuring out what messages work, how to get the right materials in the right color containers. On the residential program, very similar. Again, we'll be focusing on our normal education outreach that we do through newsletters, presentations, community events, and those kind of things. Again, SB 1383, it infiltrates basically everything that we do now, has requirements for route audits. And we do those primarily with our drivers. As they move containers, they flip the lids, they look into them, or our sustainability advisors as they're doing site assessments. But 1383 also requires us to do residential route audits. So likely this summer, in addition to what our drivers do, it has to be a more prescribed kind of route audit that we do. So you'll see my team and I out flipping the lids on carts. It's not because we want to know the type of material people are buying or what they're eating or what they're reading or any of that. It's simply to look for, is the material in the right cart that it's supposed to be. Tagging those that are maybe need additional education, they're not doing it right, as well as maybe doing a STAR program or something where we recognize those that are doing the right thing and doing it well. So, and we'll notify residents when we're doing this, but I just kind of wanted to put that out there. So that will be coming. The annual CPI adjustment, our collection agreement with the city, the rates are subject to an annual cost of living adjustment. The 2024 COLA is 3.7%, which goes into effect on April 1 of this year. And if notifications are going to be mailed to residents and businesses this month. For residents with the two main size carts that they have for trash, because the rates are based on your trash cart, you're looking at about $1 a month increase. Shaping a circular economy, and this one I have to look more detailed into my notes. So Republic Services as a company has really been looking at solutions that are long-term and look for the highest and best use towards a circular economy. For those of you that have been around for a few years, you've heard us get up and talk about China's sword back in 2018, which turned the recycling industry upside down on its head, with China closing its doors to a lot of these materials that were being sent over there to be remanufactured. And since then, in reality, our economy is linear. We use Earth's materials to create products, and then we throw them away. While California leads the way, and especially in the Bay Area and Half Moon Bay, the reality is that parts of the state are not as progressive as we are, and neither is most of the rest of the country. Plastics in particular are often downcycled into textiles or carpet instead of like a new bottle or a jug. These downcycled products have few options for further recycling, so their life cycle tends to be finite, not circular. Our goal is to grow the circular economy, one where we use recycled resources to create products, and when we're finished, we reuse them again. So what we've done is, besides investing in our recycling facilities, where we're currently sorting the materials, and then expanding our organic service processing services where we can, Republic Services is building and built what we're calling a network of polymer centers, which is going to manage the plastic stream from curbside collection to production of recycled feedstock for consumer packaging. So a jug becomes a jug. Food container becomes a food container rather than being downcycled. And it's the first time this is being done by a U.S. company in the U.S. And the first center is opening this year in Las Vegas, and that's to take the materials from California and other Western states that are a lot more progressive in these programs. So as the facility comes online, we'll be sharing some additional information maybe in our next presentation to you. Our upcoming community events, we have our Earth Day Community Recycling Day on April 27th, and then we will have another one in the summer of fall. We'll continue to do educational presentations to the community and schools and presentations. We have our 6th annual Scholarship Award Program. This year it's going to be handled through the City Manager's Office Grant Program. And I'm going to turn that over to Matt if he wants to say anything.
Yeah, just to wrap us up, we just launched our new format for the annual Scholarship Award Program, partnering with the City Manager's Office. If you go to the City Manager's Office website or the Sustainability website, you'll see on the ribbon bar there, linking to that application. I believe that closes on April 1st, I want to say, at 5 p.m. So if you're in high school and you want to apply to get some cool scholarship money, check that out.
Thank you, Matt. So with that, that's the last of my presentation. My contact and Catherine's are on here, but I'm happy to also answer any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions, comments?
Monica, thank you very much. That was really interesting. My condo is still waiting to hear about.
I know.
Okay, as long as you know. That's
Yes,
all I
yes,
wanna
it
know.
is on my list, and we'll
Great.
revisit it.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the presentation. I actually have a couple comments. Want to thank you publicly, even though there was actually an article on the paper in early 2021. Republic Services donated 7 dumpsters to help our community, unhoused community at the creek, do a creek cleanup. And again, a year later, donated a few more dumpsters. How big were they?
They were, I believe, 15 and 30 yard, but mostly 30 cubic yard ones.
Yeah, they were, so that's one of the things that keeps coming up about the creek cleanup, and you took the initiative, you and Travis, who was here with us at the time, offer to bring those dumpsters to work with the city in Abundant Grace to do a little bit of cleanup of the creek. That he was a great benefit after the floods that we had last year. It could have been worse if, like I said, without your help. The other thing, I'm very interested, in your programs. One of them is the compost program. That's something that I spoke with Travis. I think I mentioned to you as well. I visited, your office. I took a tour of the site. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to take the other tour to visit Mountain View, but I'm actually looking forward to that. I don't know if any of the other council members have visited the site, but it'd be a good thing, for to offer to extend the invitation for our city staff, council members to visit the site.
Absolutely, at any time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's no more city manager updates.
Thank you, Matthew. We move on to our public forum. Rocio Avila. Okay, we have a lot of speaker cards today, so we're gonna do 2 minutes per speaker. Thank you. For everything, yes.
So I'll have her just do her part, and then I will do a site translation and interpret everything after she's done.
Hola, buenas noches a todos, a los miembros del Concilio y a personas que nos acompañan el día de hoy. Quiero compartir nuestra necesidad a gritos de vivienda asequible aquí en Half Moon Bay. Durante algunos días he mirado y escuchado que en estos tiempos de elecciones los candidatos a representarnos en el Congreso han hablado de la gran necesidad de viviendas. Como comunidad y como ciudad nos unamos para crear una relación fuerte para continuar nuestra abogacía por las viviendas asequibles y hacer que cumplan sus promesas cuando lleguen al poder. Queremos que nuestras generaciones tengan un hogar, un lugar digno donde ellos puedan estar bien emocionalmente y físicamente y no preocuparse el día de mañana pensando a dónde irán a vivir si un día los sacan del lugar donde rentan sus familias. Muchas gracias y seguiremos abogando por una vivienda justa para todos.
Hello and good evening to all the members of the council and people here tonight. I just want to share with you all our necessity, like I want to shout it out about affordable housing here in Half Moon Bay. During a few days, I've seen and I've heard that during election times, the candidates that represent us in Congress have been talking about a great need in regards to housing. As a community and as a city, we should unite to create a much stronger relationship so that we can continue our advocacy for affordable housing and actually make things come true as far as the promises when they actually assume power. We would like our next generations to have a home, a dignified place where they can be well both emotionally and physically and not have to worry about tomorrow thinking as to where they're going to live if one of these days they are asked to leave where they're renting along with their families. Thank you very much, and we will continue to fight for housing, for just housing, and for all.
Gracias. Thank you. We move on to our consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Could we actually read the items? We were doing that for quite a while, and then somebody had raised the issue that we need to read the items before we actually approve them, which I'm happy to do.
Sure. I move that we adopt the consent calendar, including items 1A, waive reading of resolutions and ordinances, item 1B, adoption of the 2024 legislative platform, item 1C, amendment number 1 to the professional services agreement with Griffin Structures, Inc. for additional construction management services for the Carter Park project. And that's it, I believe. Get a second.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Reddick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rohraback?
Yes.
Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We want to ordinance and public hearings. I call for item 2A. We have two appeals. Ferreira appeal and San Mateo Land Exchange appeal of the Planning Commission decision to approve Coastside Land Trust, proposed extension of the California Coastal Trail and related coastal access improvements. The applicant and the appellants will be given 10 minutes to speak. The applicant may reserve time for rebuttal. Upon opening the public hearing, each public speaker will receive 2 minutes for a public comment. Ex parte communications. Before we move on to staff representation, I will ask council members to state for the record whether they have received any communication outside the hearing regarding this matter, or whether they made a visit, a site visit, and what did they observe?
I met with the applicant in person and was given a tour of their plans. I met with the appellant, Mike Ferreira, in person and was given a tour of the project. I received phone calls from two planning commissioners, Hazel Johannes and Dave Gorn. I, along with, I believe, the rest of the council, received an email from Planning Commissioner Rick Hernandez.
Thank you. Councilmember Brownstone.
I haven't met with either of the appellants or a site visit, and did have conversations with two planning commissioners, Margaret and also Rick Hernandez, and received emails also from Hazel.
Thank you. I did meet with the applicant, and I also met with the appellant. I visited the site. I received also an email and a text message from one of the commission members.
Mayor, if you could, just for the record, you said that you heard from one of the appellants, just to clarify which one.
Ferreira. Thank you. My apologies. Councilmember Reddick.
Yes, I had conversations with Coastside Land Trust staff addressing issues raised in the appeals. Before the appeal process even started, I had been given a site tour along with staff from our various legislators. I did receive a phone call from Planning Commissioner Rick Hernandez, and I also received that same email from him. I did not meet or hear from either of the appellants. I did this afternoon make a site visit along Redondo Beach Road and all the way to the end of the beach.
Thank you. We will now have a presentation by staff.
Thank you, Mayor Jimenez and members of the City Council. My name is Scott Phillips, and I work in community development, and I'm happy to be here this evening presenting to you. On my left is our city engineer, Maz Bozerginia, and I'll give a brief staff presentation. So the critical item with this is, as you mentioned, two appeals were filed appealing the decision of the Planning Commission conditionally approving the project. And I'll go into a little bit of detail on the scope of the project before the grounds for the appeals. Now, the subject property shown in orange there, rectangular area, is located south of the existing North Wavecrest gravel path, which is shown in green on the top of the screen, and is also north of Redondo Beach Road and west of Smith Field. Now, the blue area shown on the map is where the Wavecrest Arroyo is located, sort of a prominent drainage feature within this area. And the trail improvements would be located on lands owned by the Coastside Land Trust, who is the applicant for this project. The trail would also be located in various areas of undeveloped public right-of-way within the North Wavecrest area. And the proposed improvements would be managed and maintained by the applicant. Now, this project has a fairly long history. You know, it was filed back in 2016. Several revisions took place to the scope of the project, which required updating of the environmental documents and bio reports and changes over time to our LCP. Eventually, once the project was complete, we presented the design of some of the proposed improvements to our Architectural Advisory Committee. Now, that was back in November of 2022. And once the AAC was comfortable with the above-ground improvements, then we scheduled for Planning Commission review, which took place last October. Now, the Planning Commission conditionally approved the project, eliminating one of the 3 parking lots that was included, and then 2 separate appeals were filed. Now, this slide shows the sort of proposed site plan of the trail improvements and parking lots. And the approved permits included coastal development permit and use permit for development on the bluff top. And as I mentioned, it includes 3 parking, it initially included 3 parking lots, the trail, as well as signage. And this is really a continuation of what was approved by our Planning Commission back in 2014, sort of phase 2, if you will, further south of the existing path, connecting 2 discontinuous sections of the California Coastal Trail with 2.8 additional miles of gravel paths. Now, the project itself would implement a portion of our local coastal program by connecting the 2 discontinuous sections of the California Coastal Trail. As I mentioned, the 2 approved parking lots, one would include a new restroom, basically the furthest east one, interpretive signage, bike racks, bike fixing station, trash receptacles, and the parking lots are roughly a quarter mile away from the actual beach access. Now, there's been a lot of interest in the new restroom. The new restroom would be a sort of a double stall style with running water and a water fountain, but no electrical. No electrical is proposed to the new restroom. The applicant would be responsible for locking and unlocking, during nighttime hours of the restroom on a daily basis, as well as maintenance and cleaning of the restroom. That would all be the responsibility of the applicant. Now, the photograph on the left shows that the story poles that were installed to indicate where the new restroom would go, and they were installed shortly before the Architectural Advisory Committee meeting. Now, 2 other key components of the project include sort of 2 sets of stairs that would formalize existing vertical beach access from the new trail. Each would be roughly 275 feet in length. And the new stairs would go roughly where the existing beach access currently takes place, sort of where folks have a tendency to sort of scramble down the bluff edge. Now, the map on the bottom is a sort of a snapshot of the restoration plan that's included in the project. And the aqua-colored areas indicate where the restoration would take place. Critical one there is the biggest sort of aqua blob down in the lower right-hand corner. That's where the existing informal parking lot at the end of Redondo Beach Road would be restored to native habitat and blocked off from the sort of informal, illegal parking that takes place there currently. Now, the next few slides, I'm going to go into detail on the grounds that were included in each of the appeals. The first appeal, the Ferreira appeal, primary concern was that the roadway and intersection along Redondo Beach Road and Cabrillo Highway has safety issues, and that a traffic study should have been required as part of the environmental document. Now, the CEQA consultant Placeworks Environmental did not identify a need for a traffic study. So this is way back in, even before an application was submitted to the city, roughly 2015. And then the environmental document was updated several times throughout the review process. The environmental consultant Placeworks, they did not identify the need for a traffic study. And the city staff, we agreed that a traffic study was not needed because the new parking lots would roughly be include the amount of parking that would be taken away from the restored informal parking lot at the end of Redondo Beach Road. So we went ahead and circulated the draft initial study, mitigated negative declaration for comments, which includes circulating the environmental document to the state clearinghouse. Clearinghouse routes it to many different government agencies, including Caltrans. And we're regularly used to getting Caltrans comments. A lot of times they will ask for a traffic study. In this case, they didn't. So it was sort of a, it helped us in just reaffirming the decision that was made previously. Now, staff does take traffic and safety very seriously. So after the appeal was filed, we did query the California Department of, CHP, California Highway Patrol data that's available, just to get a sense of the, any accidents that have taken place at the intersection of Cabrillo Highway and Redondo Beach Road. In the past 10 years, the data resulted in 3 accidents that have taken place in the vicinity of the intersection, none of which were related to any infrastructure. So this really kind of reaffirmed the conclusions that the Placeworks, the CEQA consultant, made within the initial study. And the staff report has a little more detail on this subject that we included. And then we also, the map that's on the screen sort of summarizes all the accidents that have taken place in Half Moon Bay in the past 10 years. And you'll notice that sort of the bulk of our accidents have taken place further north than Redondo Beach Road and Cabrillo Highway. So we found that to be very helpful. Now, the second issue that was brought up in the Ferrer appeal noted that the attraction for visitors will be the beach access and not necessarily the size of the parking lots. Now, Redondo Beach Road is posted as for no parking. There's sort of no parking signs along there, but staff acknowledges that beach visitors tend to sort of ignore the signs and sort of park, illegally. Now, beach access currently exists on the site, and the project results in environmentally superior access by formalizing the steps down to the beach, providing some drainage improvements, with a parking lot capacity that's roughly the same as what would be taken away from the informal parking lot at the end of Redondo Beach Road. So, additionally, you'll notice within the conditions of approval that a sign program is sort of a follow-up sign program is needed, and additional no parking signs would be installed along Redondo Beach Road. Now, the third concern brought up in the Ferrer appeal notes that the city needs to be an active participant in making the project a success. Now, Redondo Beach Road is on our regularly scheduled cycle of maintenance, and it did the road received some maintenance back in 2014. Now, Redondo Beach Road does serve other uses beyond the existing coastal access, which includes daycare, 3 or 4 residences, and then a maintenance yard for the golf course, which all add to the wear and tear of the roadway. Now, hours of operation of the new parking lots that are included in this project would be from sunrise to sunset, consistent with other coastal access parking opportunities within the city of Half Moon Bay. Signage within the gravel parking lots would include these hours of operation. And as I mentioned earlier, the restrooms would be locked, at sundown and opened up the next day on a daily basis. And I also want to mention that this is consistent with Coastal Act policies. Now, the second appeal from San Mateo Land Exchange, or SMLE, had roughly about the same amount of concerns, but slightly different. The primary issue was that the trail would limit access and developability of the appellant's properties. And as I mentioned earlier, the trail alignment actually goes within the applicant's properties as well as the right-of-way. Now, the city right-of-way would not be abandoned through this process, which sometimes in other development cases that actually takes place. That would not be the case here. The right-of-way would still be considered public right-of-way, and the improvements would be allowed through a license agreement through the city council. Now, the project approved by our planning commission would not impact access to the appellant's properties because of the reasons I stated. And just as a follow-up, the city council would have a chance to review the license agreement before the improvements would be put in place. Now, issue number 2 for SMLE, some concern about removing the entire parking lot on top of the bluff at the end of Redondo Beach Road. Would kind of similar thing would limit access to properties that the appellant owns along Ola Vista Beach subdivision. And as conditioned, the project would not eliminate access to the private properties in the vicinity, including the house that's at the end of Thone Lane. So the roadway access that currently exists along Redondo Beach Road and Thone would be maintained as shown on the project plans. Now, the third concern from SMLE includes concerns about the terminating trail at the center of Redondo Beach Road. Now, this stems from basically a typo on the plans. Some of the trail improvements, as shown on the plans that were approved by the Planning Commission, were identified encroaching into the actual roadway. That was an error, and since then, the sheets of the plans have been updated, and the plans that were attached to the City Council staff report do not have the unintended encroachments, and staff appreciates the appellant bringing in this to our concern, and this has been resolved. Now, the fourth and final concern brought up by SMLE states that the Redondo Beach Road does not provide adequate access for the project. And this is a bit similar to one of the Ferrer appeal concerns. And as explained previously, the parking spaces within the 2 gravel parking lots would roughly replace the number of parking spaces that would be eliminated from restoring the informal parking lot at the end of Redondo Beach Road. Therefore, coastal access would not be reduced. It would be maintained. So we feel that that's been sufficiently resolved. Now, in conclusion, the project implements our certified LCP by providing continuity and access between two discontinuous sections of the California Coastal Trail. And there is policy to support that in our land use plan, as well as implementation plan. And our adopted bicycle pedestrian master plan also shows the trail improvements as recommendations. So we're happy about that. As I mentioned earlier, our architectural advisory committee was supportive of the new restroom and split rail fencing that's included in the project. The project was also evaluated for consistency with the California Environmental Quality Act, and an initial study was prepared by the environmental consultant, and the mitigated negative declaration was adopted by our Planning Commission. Now, staff does recommend that the City Council conduct a public hearing and review the matters brought forth within the two appeals, and approve the proposed project by taking the following actions: acknowledging the environmental document that I mentioned, denying both appeals, and upholding the Planning Commission's decision. I'm available for any questions, and Maz, our city engineer, is also available, and city staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Do you have any questions? Clarifying questions? I have one, just to be clear. You mentioned the last traffic study was done to 2015 or 2014?
That was the last time was any maintenance was done on the roadway itself was 2014. There was not a traffic study conducted as part of this project, or as Scott mentioned.
Maz, I believe the mayor's referring to the statement about the CEQA analysis that took place in 2014, but you said it was updated. Scott, is that what you're referring to?
Correct. That's what I'm referring to.
Yes, and no traffic study, technical appendice was included with the initial study. So after preparing the CEQA checklist, it was determined that there was no traffic study that was needed. So.
And that CEQA study was updated when? Recently, or?
Yes, so in 20, I believe it was 2016, the applicant acquired the Wave Crest Arroyo area, which allowed them to formalize the existing beach access, and the initial study was updated to include that as part of the project scope.
Any more clarifying questions? Oh, thank you. I would like to invite the applicant to take the podium, Sarah Polgart. You have 10 minutes. You may reserve up to 3 minutes for this time to a rebuttal. Do you wish to take 7 minutes or 10 minutes?
I'm sorry, I maybe misunderstood. I thought that I spoke for rebuttal after the...
Yes, but you have 10 minutes total. So you get to choose if you want to leave 3 minutes for the rebuttal or want to take the 10 minutes to speak.
Okay, well, I would prefer to leave as much time as possible to be able to respond to any of the things that come up by the appellants. So as much time as possible as I can leave for that, I would appreciate.
Mayor, I suggest you just run the timer, and then when you're done, we'll just check the time, and then whatever is left out of your 10 minutes, you can use for rebuttal.
But it's the maximum 3 minutes?
No. If she preferred to use 5 minutes for her presentation and 5 minutes for rebuttal, that would be fine too. The 3 minutes was just an example.
Oh, okay, and I didn't prepare a presentation. Just but I can go ahead and speak to some of the issues. Good evening, Mayor Jimenez and council members. My name is Sarah Polgar. I'm a board member with the Coastside Land Trust, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on the issues that were raised in the appeal and about the project. I want to also thank staff for the very thorough and clear staff report. I'm not going to reiterate the staff report, but I do want to add some important context and points from CLT's perspective. I think first and foremost, something that struck me as kind of taking a step back on looking at this project is I just want to remind us all that this project is not creating new access or increasing the capacity of the existing access at or from Redondo Beach Road or at Wavecrest here. The access is already there. The many casual trails that carve up the habitat and cause erosion, the spots where people scramble down to the bluffs and to the beach, and the dangerous eroding parking at the end of the road, it's all there. This project is all about making the existing access, the trails, the beach access, the parking safer and accessible, and reducing erosion and restoring damaged habitat. It's going to fill a large gap in the coastal trail. It provides the connections to viewpoints and parking and beach access stairs. And just like the bird trail to the north, these trails will be well designed, 8 feet wide, well compacted gravel with minimal fencing and signage to preserve the views and the open space feel. The trail work will include fixing erosion issues and restoring habitat wherever possible. We're also installing the wooden stairs from the bluffs to Redondo Beach in the 2 locations where the people currently scramble down, as Scott mentioned. And these stairs are designed to be well above high tide at the bottom. And lastly, we're closing off and revegetating the informal eroding dirt parking lot at the end of Redondo Beach Road and creating well-designed parking for 35 to 45 cars with the bathroom and drinking water further east along the road. That's what this project's doing, and that's all existing access that's being improved. I will save some of my thoughts for the rebuttal to make sure that I'm addressing all of the thoughts on the comments. There are a couple things that I've seen in some of the other comments, maybe not necessarily from the appellants, but I did want to touch on them. One of the things has to do with e-bikes. That's an example of something that I've seen in a few. I don't know if staff raised this here, but their staff report included a great explanation of some of the limitations, the laws that exist about e-bikes. But I wanted to add that CLT is aware of discussions and recommendations for other sections of the coastal trail to have a separate bike and pedestrian pathway, in part because of e-bike issues. And I wanted to touch upon that here only because we can totally see how that would make sense, and it would be great to have. It's just not feasible for the project before you. Separated paths would require much wider trail alignments, and as it is, we have just sufficient space to ensure that the trail is entirely within CLT-owned land and city rights-of-way and no others' property. And we're all avoiding sensitive habitats. This was not an easy feat to develop this current trail alignment. A lot of thought and design planning went into that. And furthermore, even if we were able to change the trail width, that would require an entirely new environmental analysis and CEQA review. It's a whole new project. And so while CLT is not opposed to separated bike paths, and nothing about this project would preclude upgrading the trail someday in the future if the land space were available, it's just not feasible now. And I wanted to just address that because I've heard this point come up. I think I might just go ahead and save my other time for I don't know how much more time, but I'm going to go ahead and I'd like to hear from the appellant so I can make sure that I address those issues.
For the record, Jessica, how much more time is left? 5:54 left. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to invite the appellant, Mike Ferreira, to the podium, please.
Good evening, Mayor Jimenez, council members. My name is Mike Ferreira. I'm a former planning commissioner, former city council member of roughly 20 years ago. But currently, I'm the chair of the Sierra Club's Loma Prieta chapter, and also its legal and political chair, and also in what is my first love is the Coastal Issues Committee. And so I'm here tonight in all of those capacities. I have to say that I went to the Planning Commission meeting intending to talk about the condition of the road and expecting that some of the rough spots could be ironed out at the commission. But I was flabbergasted at the concept that there'd be no significant increase in the use of that road, which I consider to be a dangerous road and a dangerous intersection, and as did the city 20 years ago. Particularly when we remember the 2 Mormon missionaries that burned to death in the vicinity of that road some roughly 20 years ago. Or the cars that went into the ditch by the golf course because they had nowhere to avoid collisions. Apparently in the accident that I mentioned before, the mercenaries that burned to death made a bad choice to try either a left turn or a U-turn, nobody knows for sure, and they got T-boned by an F-150 truck who had no time to react and no options to go elsewhere. And it's kind of with that immediate memory, when I was the mayor, actually, in 2004, and we had to do a conceptual plan for the Transportation Authority's Measure A that was going to go on the ballot, that we put together a conceptual plan that in particular showed the creation of turn lanes at that intersection. That was 2004. That was well received by the Transportation Authority. But here we are, 20 years later, well, maybe 19 and some fraction later, and that is not only unfixed, it's unaddressed in this report, perhaps because there was no traffic study. Now, I had a lot of problems with the environmental document that was presented. The idea that this project and its parking lot would not create substantial additional traffic, especially on weekends, and which right now is relatively sparse. But when the word gets out, hey, there's a real beach access out here, spiffy new parking lot, and a bathroom, of course it's going to increase. And those of us that saw what happened during COVID know what that increase could look like once the word gets out. And the size of the parking lot has nothing to do with that. Nothing. What does someone in Redwood City care about the size of the parking lot? They're going there for the beach access to this whole new beach experience. Sorry if that's getting me a bit agitated in my memory. The road is falling apart. It's a disgrace. You build that out there and you get all these new visitors and they're going to look at that road and that represents Half Moon Bay? Have any of you not seen that? It's alligatored, it's breaking away, it's underwidened, it has a plethora of problems. It's not a good advertisement for this city. So, there's many other issues here that are troubling. There's this gate on the west side. What is there a gate on the west side for? You already have a gate on the east side. That gate was put in due to Hells Angels type activity in the early 80s on the 4th of July that resulted in fights, trucks being set on fire, et cetera, et cetera. Therefore, the police put that gate in and closed it on holidays. And at some times in our city's history, that was closed every night. Now, if you can put a gate at Poplar, why can't you have a gate there that is opened and closed as per the sign that's still there? There's a sign there by the gate that gives the hours of operation. Why are we ignoring this? And why, for God's sake, put a gate on the other side of the parking lot? Makes no sense. One of the things that was missing from an incomplete environmental document is an alternatives analysis. And there's a lot in this project that could benefit from alternatives analysis. So, without getting worked up any further, I just want to say that there's work to be done here. The coastal trail graveling is a good idea. I still think there's too much of it. The basic trail is an excellent idea. I want to say that with a gate operating on normal hours, you'll be in good shape. If we follow through on our 19 and a fraction year old plan for Highway 1, which was accepted by the TA, incidentally, and actually it was allocated funding in I think it was 2005. There's a way to fix all this. There's a way to take the best parts of this plan and for the city to take a look and do some real work on it. Can't be done tonight. Needs to be done over time. And I think it could end up being something the city could proudly present to the general populace. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to invite John Callen to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor Jimenez, honorable members of the City Council. Is that better? Yeah. Thank you. I'm John Callen. I'm president of the San Mateo Land Exchange. Our interests are a little bit different, although on some junctures I think we stand with Mr. Ferrara for one of the few times. San Mateo Land Exchange is very concerned about its property rights within the project area. In the Wavecrest area, we own several hundred lots. Within the project area, depending upon how it's defined, we own about 150 or 200 lots. And we have two concerns: the impact of this project on our land, and we agree with Mr. Farrar in multiple points that we expect a lot of unanticipated expenses. We want to ensure that they won't simply be assessed against the neighboring property owners, such as ourselves. The first question we had was, can we develop our properties after this trail is in place? How can San Mateo Land Exchange assure itself that it can retain its development rights? That was the heart of the first issue in the appeal. And the city has pointed out that they're merely granting a 30-year license agreement to the Coastal Land Trust. And they guarantee that San Mateo Land Exchange will have access to its properties without any elaboration. In fact, the word access is subject to broad interpretation. Well, one form of access would be for a person to walk along the gravel path, but that doesn't give San Mateo Land Exchange the assurance it's seeking. Consequently, the company has asked for language to be inserted within the license agreement to confirm that private property within the project area shall retain its development rights. How can it do that? Well, you have the project and a license, and it's a 30-year license. Well, one suggestion is that the license can be terminated when a development plan is agreed to by yourselves, by the current city council at the time of the development's proposed. That would be one way of handling it, so that the land would be free of the trails. We like the trails. We just want to ensure they don't ruin us financially. And we want to confirm somewhere, somehow, in the language of that document that the trails cannot be used to disapprove of a development project that we propose. So in other words, we don't want people coming back and saying, well, you can't develop that land. It's a park. It's a trail system. It's a grove. We want to confirm that our property rights are protected. You heard your staff, your able staff point out that there's no access being denied. But it's an important footnote, so I have to mention a footnote. San Mateo Land Exchange owns the property between the parking lot number 1 and parking lot number 2. As shown on the plan, the southern boundary of that land, which fronts on Redondo Beach Road, will be improved with a concrete split rail fence and/or a split rail fence. Now that will obstruct access to San Mateo Land Exchange's property, Scott. If you build a concrete fence between the road and our property, that does obstruct access. Now, if the construction of that split rail fence is somehow considered a necessary boundary line, well, then the company would be happy to agree to have a locked gate placed in front of its property between the 2 parking lots, so long as we get a key for access. After all, if parking becomes very precious, which we believe may well happen, then San Mateo Land Exchange could consider using that property for itself for parking. The second issue revolved around parking, and I want to mention briefly the parking lot on the bluff top. For more than 50 years that I remember, all the people have parked on the top of the bluff. Now, tax records show that the top of the bluff is approximately the size of a city block, about 87,525 square feet. Now, we're not asking that you keep the whole bluff top for parking. Obviously, it's not necessary. We always park there because if we were touring our properties in Ola Vista Beach, it was a nice central location. Come straight down Redondo Beach Road, park the car, and tour the pieces and ensure that there's no monkey business or Hell's Angels giving any problems. And Ola Vista Beach is quite large. It's the size of 19 football fields or 6 Walmart supercenters. So when they limit all the parking in the far northeastern corner of the subdivision, it's burdensome. So what we're asking is that you just put, say, 10 or 15 parking spots up there on the bluff top, or about 5,000 square feet. Doubtless, most people would prefer the parking lots 1 and 2. However, if you put disabled parking up there, a small piece, 5,000 feet, out of the 87,000 feet shown there, and maybe have limited parking, Then you could have people coming out to tour their properties, such as myself, or you can have people who just want to go to the crown of the hill and enjoy an ocean view. 1 hour parking, disabled parking. Let's not leave those people out. Finally, and here's where we agree with Mayor Ferrara. We're very concerned about the future costs to maintain and to improve Redondo Beach Road. And we want to ensure that the costs are all borne by the applicant. I say this in part because at the Planning Commission, multiple people were stating that, well, they can provide for its upkeep and improvement with assessments. And we don't want to be a part of that assessments. It wouldn't be fair to us to pay for the cost of the project if we're not enjoying the benefit that the people are enjoying. Right now, I didn't hear Mr. Farrar mention it, but I believe it was an oversight. Redondo Beach is narrow. And I know those of you that took tours must have recognized that. It's not wide enough, and oftentimes for two cars to pass one another. Now, once you put two lovely stairways down to that beach, that fine sandy beach, I agree with Mr. Farrar. I think it's going to generate a significant amount of traffic. And I agree with staff sentiment that this would be a time to maximize coastal access. So I'd like to see at the bare minimum that the planned third parking lot goes in order to alleviate the pressure. That would give us the 70 units that were originally planned for instead of the 45 units. The costs, the impact, the assessments, that's it. If there's any question, I'd be happy to answer. And we really appreciate your consideration of our appeal because it comes from a different angle and we recognize that than the other appellant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we are going to hear from the public. Kathy Crook. No.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? So Redondo Beach Road has become increasingly narrow.
Excuse me, as a reminder, we have 2 minutes per speaker.
Yep.
Thank you.
With the sides washing away, and it really has gotten bad the last 2 years. The first plan that was in place listed equestrian trail and horse trailers being able to also use the road, which I can't imagine them driving down that road. And as it is now, people drive way too fast. So possibly speed bumps could maybe help in that. In the past years, the gate on Redondo was locked sunrise to sunset, as it clearly states on the sign next to the gate. I'm not sure why we're not still doing that, and if that were to happen, it would definitely help things. The bathrooms, I guess you did say that you would be in charge of locking them and maintaining them, and so I would just want assurances that was definitely going to happen. And there's drug use and dealing on a daily basis out on that road. You can walk there every afternoon. Trash is left along the road, and it seems to me that 2 free parking lots with bathrooms, the people that are doing that, it's only going to make that worse. The amount of parking that's proposed does not address what happens when the lot gets full and people start parking along the side of the road. There are signs there, but the actual sign that says no parking has been pulled down, so people park all along the road. And I'd like to know how that will be addressed going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. You have to apologize on the name. Albert Cuisinart. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Albert Cuisinart. I live at 102 Cardinals Drive in Half Moon Bay. I'd like to speak to some of the issues that were brought forward tonight. I walk Redondo Beach on a daily basis. I know it very well. And I've observed some of the safety issues that have been called into question. I've seen several cars get blowouts from the potholes on the street. There's no place to stop your car if you get a blowout, and they've had to turn into the driveways of the homes of Redondo Beach to fix their tires. Additionally, where the golf course maintenance yard is a gully, and there's a blind spot when you come over the hill. People tend to go down that area very fast. It's a danger. I've had to jump off the road several times with my dog to avoid being struck by a car. It is a safety issue. It was brought up that the new parking lot would be the equivalent of the old one. At the last meeting, it was estimated there would be 36 parking spots. The 3 new parking lots are now 81 spots. That seems to be a lot more. And the other issue that I saw was that with the gate not being locked, people come and go at all hours, and we believe there's a security issue. Thank you.
Thank you. We have our next Shelley Chapman, followed by Jack McCarthy.
Talk about signage. It's a joke. Nobody reads, a lot of these people do not read signs. I live on Redondo Beach Road, so I can speak to that. There's a speed limit sign. Many do not read that. There's a lot of good people that go down there, but it's dangerous. And I want to know who's going to enforce the signage. That's a good question. The sheriff's department doesn't have time to do these things. And what is going on down at the bottom of Redondo Beach Road is against the law. There's a lot of bad things going on there. 2 a.m. in the morning, nobody needs to be driving down Redondo Beach Road to the beach for any good reason. But it happens. I've lived there 3 years and the traffic has increased. It's dangerous. We need a gate. We need speed bumps, just like Poplar has. That's what I'm asking for. And if anybody thinks there's nothing going between one and the ocean, that Redondo Beach is irrelevant, you better wake up. Let's do something before there's a bigger problem. Let's not close our eyes. There's 5 families that live on that road, and it's impacting our lives. People cannot pass each other. And most of the people are really good people, but there are a few bad cats out there, and I think it needs to be addressed now. Now we're giving them a free parking lot, restrooms, a water fountain, and they don't pick up their garbage. All of us who live in the neighborhood, who are the walkers, we pick up garbage every morning, every night. We're trying to take care of it. There's a dumpster, which is lovely, except now this morning it has 2 chested drawers and a television in it. I don't think those are beachgoers. It really needs to be checked out. It's a quality of life for everybody in Half Moon Bay, and we're proud of our beach, and we want to take care of it. So please listen to us.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jack McCarthy, 400 California Avenue, Moss Beach. I'm a former resident of Half Moon Bay. I served on the Half Moon Bay Planning Commission for about 4 years about 15 years ago. I still remember some of you people vaguely, kind of still recognize you. So thank you for having me here tonight. I'm also, most importantly, right now, I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Coastside Land Trust here, and I'm speaking in favor of our project. First of all, I think the staff did a quite excellent job of laying out the issues that are before you all. They went back, in response to the appeal, they went back again and addressed most of the issues, all of the issues in the appeal. But however, I do understand the residents and the others who are speaking tonight, they have valid concerns, and I appreciate that. The thing is, this is the city's attempt to deal with all these issues. We addressed this 15 years ago. We started looking at this. Right now, this supposed parking lot is a gravel road where cars drive out at all hours of night and park right up on the bluff tops. And they're eroding the bluff tops. This is a comprehensive plan to make it environmentally accessible for everyone. And the same with the same idea, to get the cars off the bluff tops, move them to a place in a parking lot that we've really tried to make it as small as possible to accommodate everybody. Get those cars also off the road that are parking out there too. This is a comprehensive plan that we're trying to put forward. So, in all respect to the residents and the neighbors, this is the city's attempt to deal with many of these issues, and more to come, no doubt. And I think that the traffic studies are indicative of what's going on. And if there's, in the future, the city can look at things, but right now it's a very good project. Thank you.
Thank you. We have April Ramos, followed by Joe Ramos.
Mayor and City Council, I'm April Ramos, a resident of Half Moon Bay, and I'm speaking in favor of this project. Wavecrest is a pretty special place, and so we look forward to the improvements there and to be enjoyed by all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Joe Ramos. I'm a 33-year resident of Half Moon Bay. I live not too far away from the coastal trail, which right off Kelly. I support this project. I recommend that you accept the Planning Commission's recommendations. The use of that trail has continued to grow, and its extension will allow for much the enjoyment of the natural environment, not only the bluff tops and the ocean, but the greenery that this trail will go through. I appreciate the issues that the Redondo Beach residents have, because we have similar to that, especially during the COVID period. Everybody was parking in our neighborhood, and we picked up the trash, but the area is for the public. And the extension of this trail, which is, over the years has grown, will just enhance our total environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Bob Rogers, followed by John Hernandez.
Honorable Mayor, council members, and members of our community.
Can you please speak on the
use the
microphone?
please?
Is that okay?
Perfect.
All right. The word is out, and it has been for years. It's accelerated during COVID, of course, when people of the entire Bay Area discovered Half Moon Bay as the closest beach. And there's a new understanding about Redondo Beach Road and all of our beaches in Half Moon Bay. And that ship sailed years ago. Horses not only out of the barn, the horses roaming the beaches and the ridge tops. As Scott said, phase 1 is done, and it's a beautiful project. All of those of you who have walked the beautiful Wavecrest Trail, what we call the Bird Trail,
I'm sure you've enjoyed it. The views are fantastic. The wildlife is incredible. There's nothing short of spectacular. But phase 2 is new, and this project has been going on, as Scott said, for years. This is nothing that happened just in the last few minutes. This has been going on for years. It'll increase the environmental elements of the trail. It'll provide coastal protection. It'll provide for erosion control. It'll consolidate the hikers and the visitors. And there will be a linkage to the Bay to Sea Trail. Trail building is very important in the Bay Area. The Yalone Portola Trail, planned by Mid-Penn, this will link it. The existing parking areas and the environmental hazard, it's unsafe. There's erosion. There's the new parking area in the bathrooms would be larger, environmentally friendly, and free. You should, Wavecrest Bluff Tops is a beautiful area that's heavily used for walking, biking, beach access, and parking on the bluff-top edge at the end of Redondo Beach Road. We all love this open space, but the only way it's now to provide the access is to protect it, and that's what we're here for. Thanks.
Thank you. John Hernandez.
Thank you, Major Jimenez and City Council. I was here about 37 years ago in front of you to ask for some help to build the coastal trail. My wife and I used to use Highway 1 for our recreation, and she wasn't a good bike rider and was scared to death of the cars, wondering are they going to stay on the road. She says, why don't you build a trail along the ocean? So obviously I had to get it done. And here I am, like I said, 37 years later, and this last link is all we need to complete the coastal trail from city limits to city limits. So it's crucial that we get it installed, solve our problems that we have to solve, but please get it done so I can relax. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Bruce Russell, followed by Robin English.
My name is Bruce Russell, and since we only have 2 minutes, I'm going to try to cut my comments down to a minimum. Look, there's no doubt that coastal access is a critically important component, and it's particularly important so that all segments of the community can enjoy the coast. And as a city that has the benefit of this resource, the city needs to facilitate and support coastal access. But that doesn't mean that the city needs to overlook serious considerations here. For example, public safety. You've heard about Redondo Beach Road. It's at many locations 11 feet wide, 2 cars can barely pass. It's eroded, it's flooding, the potholes are horrible, the ditches are horrible. It's not going to handle trucks passing each other, let alone horse trailers. There are 4 horse trailer parking places here. But the real critical issue of the intersection at Highway 1 and Redondo Beach Road and the road itself is this claim that the demand will be de minimis. What is that based on? You build 2 staircases down to the beach, you build a formal parking lot, you build restrooms. Who decided or who concluded that there would be a de minimis increase in the demand? Because that's what all of this is about. If there's going to be a significant increase, then there should have been a traffic study, there should be a proposal for improving that road, and there should be improved access. So the comment that it be de minimis, I don't think anybody feels that way, and certainly Commissioner Gorn didn't feel that way when he commented about the issue of de minimis impact. The second thing here is environmental protection. There's no question that with increased traffic and increased demand, Wavecrest will have more impact. I mean, Wavecrest is a significant, sensitive environmental area. I was responsible for selling 280 acres for Post, and we've contributed over 31 retired lots. And so I think it's very important to make sure that this project isn't overbuilt. We don't need concrete piers with elevated trails. We don't need concrete staircases that are really elaborate. And we don't need to be,
Excuse me, Bruce, can you please wrap it up? Thank you.
heritage trees to pave a parking lot. But the final thing, I heard Mr. Phillips say that there's going to be closed at night. The bathrooms are going to be closed. There's not going to be parking at night. Unless I missed something in the conditions of approval at the Planning Commission, those were not conditions of approval. If they've now been imposed, I think they should be added to the project so that it's clear who's going to fiscally be responsible for the security, the maintenance, and the enforcement of some of these restrictions, because I didn't see those as conditions of approval in the Planning Commission's approval or in the staff report, and I think they need to be entered and included. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. In the interest of time, I just want to say that I support the Wavecrest Coastal Trail project to make existing trails and beach access safe, reduce erosion, and preserve existing habitat. I respectfully urge the City Council to deny these appeals to the Coastal Development Project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Paul Grigoriev, followed by Andrea Wolf.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Paul Grigoriev, and I live in Ocean Colony. I want to make perhaps a stunning observation. There seems to be a gaping hole in the middle of this proposal. I can't believe that the Planning Commission, neither the Planning Commission nor the staff, said anything about a traffic study. How can you do a project like this without studying its traffic impacts? Which apparently, I've heard estimates of the parking spaces, Mr. City Manager, tonight, ranging from 35 to some 80, I think. What's the number? That's a threefold difference. Is the replacement parking really the equal to the blufftop parking that existed formerly? Who knows? You councilors, you don't know. And this gaping hole means this proposal is not ready for prime time. With all due respect to how many years it's been before the city, I respectfully associate myself with Bruce Russell and Mike Ferrara and call for you to hold up on this until we have answers to what's going to happen to the roadway, the intersection at Highway 1, which is why I came tonight in the first place, and have these things taken care of. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrea Wolf, and after 30 years in Redwood City, I've moved to this wonderful area, and I am concerned on the Redondo Beach. I walk that street. I've numerous times gotten pushed off into the Cabot or the roadway as you had. Sure. I've numerous times gotten pushed off into the roadway with my dog as I'm walking down to the bluffs. I also have pulled out garbage from the nice pond that's now there with the wild birds that are swimming in it, where there's been a lot umbrella full of plastic, and had to put it in the garbage on the very back of the Redondo Beach end of the beachway. I am very concerned with the violence or the kind of the late night. My house backs onto Redondo Beach, and we hear numerous times late night, 2 o'clock in the morning, people going very fast down the road. So I would like maybe a further study on what else could be done to make sure that we are safe and secure in this wonderful neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeff DePew, followed by Jan Leonard.
Mayor Jimenez and Council. I spoke at the Planning Commission. It seems like a number of things have changed since then. from what we thought was agreed to, and 35 parking spaces, and it's expanded again. I'm not quite sure what happened, but something clearly. On the safety front, I was walking out there today, also with my dog, and 7 cars passed me. A couple were doing 40 miles an hour, a couple were doing 10. If you go and look at the road, you can see the marks in it that are longitudinal just over the hill where people crest it in the air and land on a blind spot. So we've all been forced off the road by cars. If it's a F-250, then it's watch out, you're diving for the grass. There's also people living out there. It's an unhoused problem, and separate from this, but they're in the trees and routinely living out there. If we're adding additional amenities and bathrooms there, that's presumably going to be an additional draw. From a dual use perspective, as a trained economist back in the dark ages, it still strikes me that with all the safety issues on this, that there's a better solution, and that would be improving the parking and adding the bathroom over by the ballpark, and you still get the same amount of access, and it's actually shorter down to the Aurora and the stairways down there. Everybody loves the idea of the trails and the improved trails. It's how you get to them that I think really makes a difference. And in the light of constrained resources, doing dual use kinds of implementations makes a lot more sense than taking more land away from nature as you're paving over additional land and taking down trees that currently hawks are nesting in. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council people. I'm Jan Leonard, live at 2905 Champs-Élysées Boulevard. I have since '96. And I'm going to speak in support of the trail project, but from a little different angle. I'm a biologist. And one of the things that we have not discussed, people talked about habitat, but there is a wide variety of very important and very scarce native plants that live along those bluff tops, or at least try to. There's some very important and, well, first off, coastal prairie, which is a habitat along these bluff tops, is rare in the state of California. It's been overdeveloped. And in addition to the raptors that are attracted to Wavecrest, there are a lot of native wildflowers and native plants that are found along those bluff tops. And right now what we have is a situation where people want to walk as close as possible to the edge of the cliff, which is dangerous. Every once in a while somebody falls and dies and or calls up an expensive cliff rescue. But also these informal trails, we've not advocated paving, but gravel trails would hopefully herd people a little bit back from the bluff tops where they're safer and keep them on a trail where they're not stepping into the native plants, particularly like now when it's wet out there, people move to a drier spot and they're trampling more and more plants. So the Coastal Land Trust is not Caltrans. We cannot fix the traffic problems in Half Moon Bay. But what we can do and what we're trying to do is improve environmental quality and public access. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Sherry Boots, followed by Jonathan Stain.
Thank you very much, and it is Booth. And that's my name, Sherry Booth. I live in Ocean Colony. My backyard faces Redondo Beach Road, so I have daily firsthand view of a lot of what goes on. I think the project's wonderful. I love the idea of the trails I think we've got to get rid of the bluff top parking. But my real concerns are the safety, and I'm not going to tell you again what bad shape Redondo Beach Road is in, except that it is, and you know it, and we all know it. So we'd love to have a locked gate. We would love to have some speed bumps, and we'd love to have the road fixed. It's safer for the people, the dogs, the bikers, all of us who love that area. So we need parking signage, but mostly we need enforcement. And that's, I think, a tricky thing, but let's see if we can make this work for everyone, and thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jotham Stein. I live at 534 Alsace-Lorraine, Half Moon Bay. And I thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for listening to my 2 minutes. I respectfully urge the City Council to affirm the decision it took a long time to come to of the City Planning Commission in October of 2023 and deny the appeals of the 2 appellants today. You have an opportunity here to give a gift to the residents of Half Moon Bay, and by connecting the coastal trails. I've been going from Alsace-Lorraine, walking down to the beach and along the coastal trails for 7.5 years, either walking or running, depending on my knee. And I've seen the destruction and the erosion that's occurred, people running down into the beach area on those paths, sometimes falling. The people are there, the cars are coming anyway. It is time, it's taken a long time, it is time for you guys at the council to give a gift to the community and affirm the city council, the Planning Commission's decision, and deny the appeals. Thank you very much for the opportunity to have spoken today.
Thank you. Next, we have Don McClung, followed by Beth Ball.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name's Dawn McClung. I live on Carnoustie Drive in Ocean Colony. And as many people here have spoken, my concern is not against the improvements of the trail. I think it's wonderful and necessary, as well as the repair of the damage on the bluffs, and even improving access to the beach. But I think it would be fairly naive to believe that if you, put paved or beautiful parking lots and bathrooms and stairs down to the beach, that you're not going to increase traffic. Right now, during the week, it's mostly people walking their dogs, locals. On the weekends, you have a few, mostly young people that can traverse the bluffs coming there, but you're going to have families, you've got beautiful trails that they can pull their wagons, which is wonderful, but it's going to increase the traffic immensely. Free parking, I mean, right now, all the other parking's paid parking. Now they have beautiful free parking. There's no running water at any of the other state or city parking lots, so of course there are going to be more people. And I would think, I heard a comment saying, well, let's just do this project and deal with the access later when it becomes a problem. Well, I think from a city standpoint, you'd be just, that would be a horrible instance for you, and the expense that would come then having to immediately repair the road, do a traffic study and increase the turn lanes, whatever you would need to do on Highway 1. It would be silly to go ahead and push that to the future and make that an emergency when we have some accidents or other, things happening because of the traffic situation. So I just, again, would like you to really evaluate the situation and make sure that if you do approve this beautiful project, that you make sure that access to it is #1 priority. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Beth Bowe, and I live on Carnoustie, right off of Redondo Beach. I'd like to thank the Land Trust for coming up with plans to improve the environment. I think that's wonderful. I love the idea of connecting the trails, but I walk my 3-year-old and 6-year-old grandchildren there. I've had to scoop them up last minute, go off to the ditch to avoid all of us being hit when we're already on the side of the road. This is a real issue. I don't want to wait until something tragic happens where the city said, oh, we should have looked into this better. I think that we can do this together and do improvements as well as do the safety protocol. There's no reason they can't be done together. And we could look into the possibility of upgrading the bathrooms that need upgrading at the baseball field. That road, I drove down it today. It needs huge improvement. That's for our community, all the players that come, the families that come. Why don't we think about improving that, connecting the pathway there that's already there, pave it, put the bathrooms upgraded there, maybe one bathroom, cut down the parking. There's plenty of parking. That needs to be upgraded at the baseball field as well. There's also a landing zone there that model airplanes were used for. It's overgrown, uncover it, make it more parking, less money for the city. They saved money, put in the speed bumps, put a gate in, help the sheriffs. The sheriffs are called on a weekly basis to Redondo Beach for fireworks, all different things going on, cars going 90 miles an hour. Let's help the sheriffs too. Lock it up. Let them lock it. Help them. They're already overworked. So let's think about the whole community. We can work together as a community and make it perfect.
Thank you. Next, we have Chris Crook, followed by Alan Strongmeyer.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. I don't think having one more person tell you the same thing that everybody else has already told you is necessary, right? I mean, I live on Carnoustie. I walk on that street every day. Just go out there. Go out there and walk down at one time and put your life in the hands of the cars that go by. Whatever we're going to do at the end of the road, you got to do the beginning of the road to make it happen. Get a traffic light on there so people aren't going to get crashed into some sort of terrible accident over and over again. Have the street be something that you can reasonably get down, because right now you cannot reasonably. I don't know. I mean, you guys, you're just go look at it. I mean, and as far as at the end on the, I mean, I'm constantly walking my dogs down there. I see it over and over again. At that turn down where the main road is, hell, it's incredibly dangerous. You don't have to be. I'm not smart about it. I don't know anything. Just go look at it. And if we don't have some way to control it, you're going to have a complete mess. We can talk about, oh, it's like, I mean, if you're not making it more desirable, why are you doing it? I think you are making it more desirable. So let's work together to get something that is useful for everybody and not completely dangerous. I mean, come on, guys, you could just look at it. I mean, that traffic study is ridiculous. Of course it's different than it was. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. I appreciate it. Everybody said it a million times, so thanks.
Thank you.
My name, nice to be here at City Council. Pleasure to have a chance to talk to you. My name's Alan Strohmeyer. I've been here since 1976. I've seen a lot happen. Alsace-Lorraine didn't exist, and we fought that to a certain degree. There was no coastal path, and I can say that I travel the path every day, and I've been doing it since 1976, so I don't think anybody's been on the path more than I have. If they have, I don't know who they are. I can tell you I really enjoy when Bruno Giusti was on the path and he was still on his crutches from breaking his hip. Seeing him smiling at the bridge as he was walking down the path, it's great joy. If you build it, they will come. Well, I can tell you they're already here. So the access that we have going down all the way down, which takes us from the bridge, Seymour Bridge, all the way down to Strawberry Ranch is exciting for me because it just makes it easier. I used to do the path and still do when it's wet. dry, whatever the conditions are. I go down there with my dog and enjoy it immensely. But seeing the people, no one used to be on those paths. But today, you see paths, you see all types of people there. You see great smiles. You see people with wheelchairs. You see people on crutches. So extending the path all the way down to Strawberry Ranch is very exciting for me. It's going to be a lot of fun for a lot of people and a lot of smiles. Are there going to be problems? You betcha. There were problems when they put the access really go down to Poplar. It didn't used to be what it is today, but you see the problems, you improve them, you move forward. The increased access that's going to be along the beach is going to be great for a lot of people because they're already here. They're going to be more as our weather has changed, so has the amount of people coming to us. We're a visitor-serving community. We have to appreciate that. We have to address the problems as they present themselves. I can tell you, I was at Asian King for dinner 2 nights ago, and it scared the hell out of me just coming out of that driveway, let alone Redondo Beach. It's the same issue. It goes up and down the coast. There are going to be problems. We have to address them as a city council. As they present themselves, we're going to have to improve them. There's some great problems that are going to need to be resolved, but having that path going all the way down to Redondo Beach is going to bring smiles to a lot of visitors that come to Half Moon Bay. And I'm sure that you'll have great acclaim as we increase our profile here on the coast. It's a great place to live. I've been here a long time. I've seen a lot of change, and sometimes change is not easy. Okay, we have to address it, resolve the problems as they present themselves. And I'm sure everybody will have a great time here in Half Moon Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Terry Sweeney, followed by Ayad Ali Shaikh.
Hi, I'm Terry Sweeney. I'm going to support the project, and I don't know if I can follow that. That was such a great endorsement for the CLT extension of the coastal trail. I also agree that it's really important that we improve the trails and improve access and make it better so that we're preserving the environment and making beach access more safe and restoring habitat. So again, I'm not going to go any further, but I am supporting this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak today. My name is Ayad Al Sheikh, and I live in Half Moon Bay. I care about the accessibility, and I really value the safety benefits that this project brings, not just to me, but a lot of the good actors that come to Half Moon Bay as well. I need to acknowledge them. However, what I really value is the opportunity to continue protecting our bluffs. Reducing erosion and restoring the damaged habitat is a really critical next step. We should not delay in moving this project forward. I'm proud to support the Wavecrest Coastal Trail Project as approved by the Planning Commission in October 2023, and I respectfully urge the City Council to deny the appeals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rick Hernandez, followed by Paul Nagengas.
Mayor Jimenez and council members, I'm Rick Hernandez. I'm chairman of the Half Moon Bay Planning Commission. This project represents a major improvement to the California Coastal Trail in Half Moon Bay. As a commission, we voted unanimously to approve this project and its findings, which include no need for a traffic study. The applicant and city staff have met the standards of CEQA, the Coastal Act, and our local coastal land use plan. I am now speaking on my own behalf. Everybody here loves Half Moon Bay and the Coastal Trail. With this project, a responsible steward developed a nearly perfect plan to support current usage and restore coastal habitat, eliminate informal and illegal parking, and provide much-needed sanitary toilets. It doesn't change anybody's right to enjoy their property, but it does provide a material improvement in coastal access and public safety. 45 parking spots replaces an existing use without an increase in intensity, especially because it also pushes the parking a quarter mile further from the beach. which means pedestrians in Carnoustie won't have to share the road with cars on that stretch. I agree with Mike and neighbors that Redondo Beach Road has existing problems. When he was mayor, it wasn't a priority. And compared to other traffic issues in town, unfortunately, it still isn't. In any case, it's not the applicant's responsibility. Under our LUP, this road is a minor beach access point and will be when this project is complete. Look, you brought into Beach Street and you didn't pay for the improvements. You're now asking the applicant to fix an existing condition. It's not fair. If Coastside Child Development Center, also on Redondo Beach Road, changed hands and planned to increase the number of families it supported, you wouldn't ask a new operator to fix that intersection. This is the city, sheriff's department, and Caltrans' responsibility. You can enforce parking laws, lock the gates after hours, and monitor traffic conditions today. Drop a cable, get some data, take action. CLT has invested more than $3 million in 8 years to acquire these bluff tops and put this project before you. They've secured another $5 million in funding to complete it. Evidence shows us that good usage from a project like this drives out the bad usage that you guys are caring about. All the trash, the drug use, these things go away. We also have to manage it, and that is a city responsibility and a CLT responsibility. It provides better trail access for pedestrians, bikes, and
Rick,
horse riders.
can you wrap it up?
This is the #1 thing your constituents have asked you for. The city will have zero out-of-pocket cost. These appeals are without merit. Say no to both without condition to the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I've sent you all a longer email, and I don't know if you had a chance to read. I'll just quickly go over some of the highlights. Stop accidents before they stop you. Something my father always taught me. As Mike pointed out 20 years ago, there were some identifications of roadways along Highway 1 to have safety improvements. I continue today, if this beach access, and I'm not pushing you one way or the other how to do your appeal decision, but this would be the only beach or designated beach access that didn't have some kind of improved ingress and egress from a roadway. There's 6 others currently in town. Each one has either major striping or a traffic signal to go into that location and to exit out of. As far as Redondo Beach Road, I'm not asking, and nobody did a traffic study to determine whether you want to do capacity enhancements. You don't do that anymore. Studies are limited to mitigation measures. And this is something you could do without a traffic study. You could do an improved entrance into Redondo Beach Road. You could do, as opposed to undulating poor surface conditions, some places, while not ideal, this can actually contribute to traffic calming. The existing potholes, you could fix them, but you could put in improvements for safety enhancements. And as far as burdening the land trust, of course not. They shouldn't have to deal with Caltrans. They shouldn't have to build any of these safety enhancements or improvements. That's a unique opportunity for the city. They could partner with the land trust and do the improvements and make this a wonderful project that both partners would be very happy for. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Next, we have Nancy Henares, followed by Barbara Lohman.
Good evening, and I'm happy that the Land Trust did this project. I think it's admirable. However, I'm worried because I live facing Redondo Beach Road. I see the fires, I hear the explosions. My cat knows the explosions and goes under the bed. And I call the sheriff when I see things. I'm worried about fires. I'm worried about accidents. The road itself is a disaster. I was walking with a friend who is a realtor, and there was a mattress as we walked down the street. I just cleared my phone of extra pictures, and I took the mattress picture away. But it needs thought more than the project itself. and the trail. But you need to think about the road, the possible crime, and who is responsible. I heard tonight that the land trust is going to have somebody unlock the bathrooms and lock them and clean them. And the sheriff, who is going to lock the gates? I'm confused. I really feel it needs to be thought through as to the road, as to possible crime and sanitary conditions. And I'm not against the trail itself, but you need to put more thought into the other matters. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Lohman, the president of the board of the Coastal Lands Trust, and I really appreciate all of the positive comments that have been made by neighbors and other people tonight about the trail. I think we all agree that this is something that we need here in Half Moon Bay, that it will be an asset. When you walk along over the Seymour Bridge, along the Coastside Land Trust Trail on the 50 acres, and you get to the point where it ends and you walk into Wavecrest, the difference is huge. And right now, when it's been wet and cut up by people riding their bikes, it's even a larger difference. It's not a place where you would want to take a stroller, for example, or a wheelchair. And that's something that we are trying to help people be able to do, to make it accessible, to make it safe for everyone. And I think that some of the other problems that have been mentioned tonight about the road, those are important things for the city to consider. But I also think we need to remember that this is a link in the coastal trail. And that means that people are not all who want to be on the coastal trail, they're not all going to be parking on Redondo. They're going to be parking on Cowell. They're going to be parking at Smithfield. They're going to be parking at Poplar. They're going to be parking even further to the north. So people don't just do a small section of the trail. They usually go for a lengthier period, particularly if they're on a bike. So I think that's something to remember. And also just that it will be safer, and that's really important. When you look at those bluffs, they are not safe right now, and that parking lot is dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Barbara Dye, followed by Hillary Stamper.
Good evening, everyone. I have been on the stewardship committee for Coastside Land Trust and have been part of the team writing the reports, the stewardship, the monitoring reports for this area for the last 8 years. There are really important habitat values there, and I think this project will protect those. It will deal with erosion. It also will move the parking lot back a quarter mile, and as a couple people have said, that will limit the traffic on a lot of the road. It'll eliminate traffic and it'll make access easier. I urge you all to deny the appeals and to approve this project. I know people have been working on it for literally years to make that the coastal trail through this area safer and to protect the environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Hillary Stamper. I'm speaking today as a resident of Poplar Street and an avid runner on the Coastal Trail. But I also serve as a Parks and Rec Commissioner because I am passionate about providing recreation for people of all ages on the coast. Hands down, I think the Coastal Trail is the most significant recreational gem in our community. And in particular, the Bird Trail, which is maintained by Coastside Land Trust, is incredibly clean, well-maintained, and it's withstood heavy rains and flooding better than some of the newer asphalt trails further north of the Bird Trail. Yet, the Coastal Trail south of the Bird Trail is falling apart. We have areas of historic trail that are falling into crevasses, and the beach access from the north is collapsed, and now there's new trails forming that are being pounded into the cliff in a more dangerous way. But CLT is going to fix that for us, basically for free. I've sat for years at Parks and Recs meetings trying to eke out tangible recreational facilities the community can enjoy. We want pickleball, pump tracks, beach volleyball, bocce, so many fantastic ideas from all these creative thinkers, and yet almost every session ends with, yeah, so when we get the money, we might be able to get this done. Today, thanks to CLT and their hard work, we have improvements we can get done now while we're all still alive to enjoy them. This is before we lose more of our coastal trail, before we create so many delays that we lose this chance. And as a resident of Poplar Street, I really hope that we can make this happen. I also, as a resident of Poplar Street, know that it can be daunting to consider changes that impact coastal access. And that's why I think it's essential the city work to close and maintain the beach access at night and in the morning. Because in fact, I've had teens tell me that Redondo is currently the preferred beach for nighttime activities due to the lack of patrolling that Poplar Beach receives. So this project might help with a little bit of that. Further, I also wanted to share my daily experience on Poplar Street because it makes me wonder just a little bit if the project could also not be bringing quite as much traffic. The reason is because it's going to be a fourth mile further from the beach, making it a longer walk for people to get there than they currently do. And what we see at Poplar is that people pay $10 and wait in a long line to go super close to the beach, and only when there's a ton of traffic do they come and park in the neighborhood. Yes, there are times when they do, and it's super annoying and crowded. But a lot of the time, people will pay instead of walking that 1/4 mile. So thank you so much for listening. Sorry for going over. Bye.
Thank you.
Kimberly Williams.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Jimenez and council members. This is Kimberly Williams representing San Mateo County chapter of Surfrider Foundation. Surfrider supports the city staff's current recommendations for this project. However, we do agree with Mr. Ferreira that the improved public access points are likely to create substantial and additional public use. We encourage the city to pursue safety improvements mentioned by others tonight to the Redondo Beach Road and also the intersection of Highway 1. But we feel that these issues shouldn't overshadow the benefits of this project. We appreciate that the city has considered and continues to look at these issues thoughtfully, and we support and are satisfied that the applicant, Coastside Land Trust, under the city's conditions of approval, is balancing public access, environmental needs, parking, and safety. And we ask the council to approve this project. And again, we encourage the city to look at addressing the road safety issues to support safer access for the local community and visitors alike. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trish Hayward.
Hi, this is Trish Hayward, and I am a resident of Half Moon Bay. I first want to say I think it's important for everybody to know that a lot of the locals who use this coastal trail are very pro trail expansion and improvement. We're supportive of the Coastside Land Trust for these purposes. What we're focused on is the impact of the free, easier parking with a bathroom and stairways, and we want to work to resolve the problems that are inevitable. Let's see, what we've been hearing about the safety issues on the road and the security issues in the neighborhood. These both require risk remediation, and it requires it now rather than later, waiting for issues to pop up. So when I'm looking at the approval conditions document, I want to call out a few things that I just feel like need to be addressed. First, I'm really glad that there's something about parking lot hours of operation, sunrise to sunset. But it says the applicant operator is responsible for a number of things, including enforcement. And the city staff has already stipulated that signage is ignored on this road. And I want to hear specific actions that Coastside Land Trust will do to enforce these hours of operation, like closed gates. And I want to know what the city contingency plan is if the CLT is not fulfilling these obligations. There's also a parking reserve component, and it talks about the project being approved for 3 parking lots for 70 parking spaces. And that included a lot with 25 more spaces subject to city council direction with an initial 45 spaces approved. First off, This is not what the Half Moon Bay Planning Commission approved. The Half Moon Bay Planning Commission in October approved 35 spaces with 10 in reserve, not 45 spaces with 25 in reserve. So I'm going to call that out. That's incorrect and needs to be addressed. I don't know how the city staff has changed that condition of approval. And given this is a major area of concern, the public should have a chance to review and comment on this before anything is approved, once that's edited. I want to also talk about the security plan review. It's great that it states in the conditions of approval that a security plan for the new parking lot is required.
Trish, you are past time.
I've one more minute. It requires access control, and I see nowhere in this condition of approval where this is going to be handled. I want to know what exactly is going to be done, and I want to understand what the contingencies are if the applicant cannot fulfill. And so I really urge you to approve the project with the conditions that are needed to address the risks that have been brought up. Thank you.
Thank you. Public hearing is now closed. We can hear from. Yeah. We have Sarah rebuttal.
All right, I'm going to dive right in because I got a lot to rebut. So I'm actually going to start at the end here, and I want to remind everybody about the point of the project, making the existing access better. CLT has done a thorough, iterative design, environmental review, and planning process with partners, regulators, stakeholders, and getting community input. And CLT has experience from building and managing the bird trail just to the north. And through all this, CLT has been able to put forward a really good public access and restoration project which will make the trails, beach access, parking safer and accessible and reduce erosion and restore the damaged habitat. That's the crux of this project. Will this one project address all the existing issues, the speeding, the illegal parking, drug use, partying, etc.? Of course not. No project could, and to force this project with no basis in evidence or policy to try to solve these existing issues only sends it into years more of studies and planning and permitting, and this unwarranted delay will just delay the benefits of this project that would provide to our community and the visitors and the land. And in fact, actually the unwarranted delays would probably eliminate the benefits of this project altogether because we don't have the funding for endless planning. We are not a developer with big pockets. We also don't have the time for years more of planning because the Coastal Conservancy grant that we have secured, as a big chunk of that is time limited to the next couple of years. So this is not a project that is warranted for additional planning and permitting, and it's likely to tank it, frankly. So now to address some of the points I want to start off by pointing out that the Coastal Commission will not allow locking of the gate or closing of the existing parking until equivalent parking is provided nearby. And so that is a prerequisite to be able to close that area at the end of Redondo Beach Road, which CLT owns. We cannot close it without providing equivalent parking. The Planning Commission specifically reduced the amount of parking in new lots along Redondo Beach Road to 35 plus 10 reserves, such that the capacity would not exceed what is currently possible in the dirt parcel at the end of the road, again, which will be blocked off to prevent vehicle access as part of this project. Mr. Ferreira's appeal claims that despite this, somehow more cars than currently will be able to park and access the beach with this project. That's just not physically possible with what we've proposed. We'd have to significantly increase the amount of parking in the new lots for this to be the case, that we're even potentially significantly increasing traffic on the road. I think the staff report addresses the issue of overflow parking, so I'm not going to address that again. I think, Mr. Ferreira references and dismisses the fact that Caltrans did not comment on the environmental document that was circulated for CEQA. Whatever anybody feels about that, Caltrans' lack of comment was very relevant because the project at the point of their review was like 70 plus parking spaces with the same beach access, the stairs and et cetera. And Caltrans did not anticipate even a potentially significant impact to their infrastructure, i.e. Highway 1. And if they had, they would have made us do a traffic study. Mr. Ferrer's appeal says that this project is essentially creating an attraction with the beach accesses, which are wooden stairs, not concrete. But the beach accesses are already there, meaning that everybody's scrambling down to the beach already. Putting in stairs, wooden stairs again, to make the access safer for people and less environmentally harmful is not creating new access or an attraction. With or without the project, the spots where the stairs are proposed are and will continue to be heavily used for beach access. And then with respect to Redondo Beach Road intersection with Highway 1, CLT agrees that this could have been a concern had there been evidence of accidents and issues related to that intersection. But as the staff report clearly lays out, the evidence of an issue isn't there. And by the way, that accident of the missionaries in 2002 was by Bernardo Road and caused by them doing a U-turn, illegal U-turn on Highway 1. It's tragic, but not a result of Redondo Beach Road and Highway 1 intersection. This project does not change the use of or add new uses to Redondo Beach Road. There is no basis for requiring a traffic study that would likely cost six figures, add at least an extra year of planning as a prerequisite of this project. Furthermore, there's no basis for presuming and prescribing changes to the Redondo Beach Road Highway 1 intersection as part of this project and this permit. People are making assumptions about future use that are not supported by what the project includes. And neither of these things, a traffic study or the changes to the intersection, should be attached to this project. With respect to, I do want to touch upon the gate. So there's been, we understand legitimate concerns about existing security issues. CLT certainly not averse to a gate, obviously. However, on this, CLT is not the only decider. We've already mentioned the fact about the Coastal Commission's input on this. There are others who have a big say in determining the specifics of gate location and management. CLT will need to work with and get input from the Coastal Commission, the city, and other landowners. And it would be premature and inappropriate to specifically specify, these things in this permit here and now. We recognize the importance and we plan to work on it. It's noted, it's part of the conditions of approval that we develop the security plan for the parking. It's in there. I also want to point out that there's a couple other things. Can I have another, was that my phone? Was that, oh, sorry, I thought that was a ding for me. I also want to address one thing that was raised in the appeal by Mr. Callan's comments. He pointed out that the fencing is in front of his property. That's correct. We will address that. And then I feel like I should get a little extra time considering others got some. So I just want to make sure that I've captured all of the points in rebuttal.
One more minute.
Okay, thank you. So enforcement. So I've heard multiple comments about how CLT should have to police or enforce like e-bike speeds or other trail uses, and I want to push back on this strongly. Managing the access improvements that are part of this project is one thing. That makes sense. But policing, enforcing usage, it should not be required of us. Other organizations and agencies, including the city, that own and manage coastal trail and beach access do not enforce the uses on the trail or the uses of the beach. When there is an issue that requires that law enforcement gets involved, that's how it should be. And so it's really inappropriate for the city to require that CLT do this type of enforcement. And I want to make sure that's clear. I don't think that's appropriate to put on us. So those are the key points I think I had. I'd be happy to answer any questions if there's additional follow-up that people would like to ask of CLT, but I really appreciate you listening to my input here, and I strongly urge you to deny these appeals and approve the project as it was approved by the Planning Commission. I know everybody wants to solve every problem, but reality is that if all of the problems that are related to the road, which are not this project, are tied to this project goes away. Because CLT, again, is not a developer with big pockets to just continue planning and indefinitely, and the funding that we have lined up for construction is time limited. So I just want to emphasize that because I think people feel like they can just tack anything onto this project and it will just miraculously occur. That's not how this happens. This funding's been in the works. I applied for it 5 years ago. So, thank you very much.
Council members.
You want to go first? I'll go. I walk my dog on the existing trails, so I know what they're all about. It's an absolutely beautiful area. I highly applaud what CLT would like to do with the gravel trails. I think it's great. I think the wooden stairs down to the arroyo are great. But, and this is a big but, I am very concerned with two issues that have been brought up tonight. One issue is safety. The intersection of Highway 1 and Redondo Beach Road is dangerous. Don't have to be a traffic engineer to see that. You just go there, especially on the weekend. You can't make a left turn off of Redondo Beach Road because of traffic. As has been brought out, there are no markings on the highway. There are no pockets. There's certainly no signal. So that alone is concerning. But as has been brought up continually, the condition of Redondo Beach Road is a travesty. The potholes, the broken pavement, the narrowness, the fact that people try to fly over the area that has the dip. As has been brought up repeatedly, people are walking along the side of the road and they're having to get out of the way of cars and trucks. Now, I understand that CLT is not responsible for that road, but it's really part of the whole issue. And if we affirm one or both of the appeals tonight, what happens, I've been told, is that the Coastal Commission can then hear it, and then we can reconsider what must be done. So safety is foremost in my mind. I really think that we have to consider that. And this argument that the increased intensity of use is not true, you know, I'd like to save the 6 figures for the traffic study and just tell you, the intensity of use will increase. It's just obvious that anybody with any common sense, when you build something with bike racks, water fountains, restrooms, beach access, it will be an attraction. I mean, it's just clear to me. So given that, that's my one concern about safety. I also have some less serious concerns about environment, but I think they're important. You saw the story poles that were put up to indicate where the restroom is proposed to be. What that didn't show is where the parking lots are going to be. And those 2 parking lots will require the elimination of a bunch of beautiful heritage trees. And I think that is wrong. If you want to have more parking, and I think there should be more parking, but it should be closer to the ocean. And this hasn't been brought up yet, but I think there are areas southeast of this project that are away from the wetlands, that are high enough, that are flat, that would not impact the environment. And that is, if I had my druthers, that's where I would put the parking. So between the environmental concerns about if you had the gate further east as been proposed, you're going to create an RV lot, essentially. People will just come and hang out because they can, and they'll be there all night. So those are my concerns about the project. I would like the Coastal Commission to get a crack at it. I understand all the work that's been done, and I appreciate it, and I really think that coastal access is important, but so is safety. So I am going to vote to affirm Mr. Ferrera's appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go next.
Yes, please.
So I'm going to vote to deny both appeals. And first of all, I think staff and the Planning Commission have done a very thorough and detailed job and looked very carefully at consistency with plans and rules and laws, and that their analysis meets the test that's required by law. Council members don't design products, on the dais. We don't have the resources or the knowledge that the Planning Commission, stakeholders, regulatory stakeholders, and our planning staff have to make those calls. So I'm not going to design the plan for them, especially considering that Coastside Land Trust, whose staff has a lot of expertise in just this very field and has spent many years working with a lot of different partners to figure this out, I'm not going to question the work that they've done. They are qualified to make the calls that they've made, and they've done their due diligence and they've done their homework well. Now, I'm going to be very clear. I worked for more than 20 years for the California Coastal Conservancy that recently awarded the Coastside Land Trust almost $4 million to complete this project. I had nothing to do with this project. I didn't lobby for this project. But as an employee of the Coastal Conservancy, I have many years of experience working on developing coastal access projects. And I can tell you, especially as it relates to trail work and the coastal trail, these are very complicated projects. They take a lot of partnerships, and they are very costly. And when you get a grant from the Coastal Conservancy, once you sign their agreement, you basically have 5 years to complete the project. You have to encumber the money in contracts within 3 years, and then you have 2 more years to execute the project. So this project, which will create an incredible asset for our community and for visitors. Remember, the beauty of California is that the coast belongs to all of us, not the people who live next to it, not the people who live in the neighborhood. The California coast belongs to all of us, and the state has an overriding interest in protecting, enhancing, and improving access to and along the coast. The state's interest here on public access, trumps other interests, right? We live in the coastal zone entirely, and we are subject to the Coastal Act in terms of our land planning. So I'm not in favor of any further delays that may be injurious to the agreement that the Coastside Land Trust has with the Coastal Conservancy, because I know what happens. You screw this up, you don't get any more grants, right? I've got the experience to tell you here that if you screw up your relationship with the Coastal Conservancy and you want more grants, and living in the coastal zone, we depend on the Coastal Commission and Coastal Conservancy as partners to help us do what we like to do for our residents, right? So, and I think going to the Coastal Commission, appealing to the Coastal Commission, what they're going to do is enhance the access that the Planning Commission has already improved. By enhancing that, they're going to want a lot more parking than the 35 plus 10 spaces that are already there. And you know something? They don't care about CEQA. That's not within their area of expertise. They're going to be concerned about, are we maximizing coastal access as a community under our local coastal program, right? So I don't think it's going to get us any further to addressing what I think are valid, legitimate safety concerns on the part of the neighbors of Redondo Beach Road, or the users of Redondo Beach Road. I've had a couple of flat tires driving on Redondo Beach Road. I drove it again today just to check it out. There's no question that improvements need to be made. Am I willing to work with the residents to address those concerns? Absolutely. But I'm not willing to delay this project to do that. So what I'm recommending for my fellow council members is that we deny the appeals, allow the Coastside Land Trust to enter into their agreement with the Coastal Conservancy. It's going to take a couple of years for this project to get done. In the meantime, do things like, maybe traffic counts, look for sources of funding, at a minimum, I noticed today that we have to restripe the words stop. There's stop 3 times on the intersection with Highway 1. They're almost unreadable. So at a minimum, like right away, we should repaint the word stop, at this intersection. So yes, have, discussions with Coastside Land Trust, City of Half Moon Bay, the neighbors, and how we can improve things out there, knowing, however, that we have multiple beach accesses in town. We have issues we're trying to address on Kelly and Poplar Street that are much more, well-traveled at this point. So there is going to be a prioritization process here, but that doesn't mean we can't identify potential safety improvements and work to get them funded. Now, one of the things I suggested to staff today was, you may have read it in the Daily Journal, that some state legislators have put forth climate resilient bonds to go on the November ballot for approximately $16 billion. Money that would go to state agencies and local governments, including cities and counties and the special districts, to prepare for climate adaptation. And there's already language in the bond relating to coastal access. So one of the things I suggested is that we look at language that would allow funding to improve areas that have been designated coastal access routes, in our local coastal programs. And so, find a source of money that would help Half Moon Bay to benefit Redondo Beach Road, but all of our other accesses as well. So I think, Alan Strohmeyer, God bless you, Alan. I just loved everything you've said today. I think Sarah Polgar has done an excellent job in laying out the case, and I would strongly recommend that the council do not do any other step but deny these appeals, because they're going to lose an opportunity here to create a wonderful asset, potentially, lose this and future grants, and end up maybe with a much larger project from the Coastal Commission that creates a lot of impacts that would not be, addressed by the Coastal Commission, and require more money to implement that we do not have. I think that would be a very wrong move. So I think staff has done a good job at addressing the appellant's contentions. I think more work can be done on the issues of safety, but not in a way that is detrimental to this project or that delays this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brownstone.
Well, first of all, I really thank everybody who's come tonight. I mean, this is democracy in action. I thought, oh my God, are we going to be here till midnight? But frankly, I'm totally energized by this conversation. This is great. And I think we can make it all work. I also want to thank Councilmember Ruddick for doing really a terrific summary of all the issues. And I agree with her. I will be voting to deny these 2 appeals. And I want to address something that, my Councilmember Rarbach said when you said, by granting the appeal, it'll go to Coastal Commission and we can reconsider and we'll know more about what needs to be done. We don't need that to happen. We know what needs to be done. The Coastside Land Trust has put together an incredible project. We don't want to lose time or the potential of losing $8 million of grants that they've carefully put together. Why should they suffer or be responsible for, frankly, the city's, us not taking care of these roads, that we've known about for the longest time? I mean, and that's what happens in cities. You prioritize other projects. It's never been identified as a road that needed immediate attention, but guess what? Now it will be. And we've got a 2-year time span to start thinking, how we might have to reallocate some funding. We'll be I know I want to be asking staff, let's figure out all the expenses. How much does it cost to repave the road? How much would it cost to have a couple of turn lanes on that intersection? I mean, that seemed to be, the main concerns. Let's cost this out. The mayor and I are on our finance committee. So yeah, I'm already thinking, let's look at those numbers. It's not impossible. We'll figure that out. But, we don't need a traffic study to make these decisions. I mean, we just don't. We know, the issues already exist that we should be correcting, that we would address if there was a traffic study. So we don't need a study to convince us. And that de minimis language, I found that a little bit iffy. I think it might increase traffic. But if we go to the Coastal Commission, they'll probably demand even more parking spaces. So I will vote against these two appeals. I think we have a good road forward. I thank the Coastside Land Trust for all the work they've done and the incredible presentations they put together. And I agree, Sarah Polgar, your ability to respond in your rebuttal to everything that came up was really fantastic. So thank you for that. And I believe that our Planning Commission has done good work here. So let's move forward. This is going to be a collaborative effort. The city cannot ignore its responsibilities here to make this happen. And so, yes, I will vote to deny the appeals. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Wow. I want to thank everybody, for being here. The applicant, the appellant, to report, your concerns, our residents, neighbors, our community, Coastal Land Trust. I support your work. There's no saying I'm at the beach often, if not every day. I use the trails, the coastal trails. I walk, I ride my bike, I ride my horse. But I have to concur with Vice Mayor Rehrbeck. Safety is very important for me. One of the things that I always keep in mind when I'm riding is about safety on the trails. This time of the year, I don't go south of Seymour Bridge. I don't walk south, I don't ride my bike south, and I don't ride my horse south. If you've ever driven a horse trailer and tried to get onto the intersection at Redondo, first of all, question, if you did the application 5 years ago, why was not the intersection actually part of the application? The concern about turning lanes on Highway 1. Horse trailers, 18, 20, 24-footer trailers, when you get into a main highway, you're moving slow when you're turning that sharp for safety. Most of the trailers that we get into Half Moon Bay, they don't come from the south. They come from the north, from the east, or 92. So it is concerning. If you're going to have, I believe, 4 parking spots for horse trailers, that means people are going to come from over the hill, Stockton, Modesto, Central Valley, with their horses, Woodside. That safety is very concerning. Again, for pedestrians, I ridden my bike on that trail, actually on the Redondo Beach road with my daughter. Not everybody drives fast, but there's a lot of people that go over the speed limit. That is concerning. Heard from the neighbors walking your dog, walking with your grandchildren. Very concerning. Safety. The cost of a traffic study doesn't compare to the life of a person. So you have to think about that. So if Coastal Land Trust was planning about developing the parking lot, fixing the trails 5+ years ago, you have looked into the intersection to make it feasible for being safe for people to turn left, to turn right. That's a big deal. The gate. I was trying to remember every beach access on the coast. The gate is east of the parking lot, not west of the parking lot. Like I said, I do agree with you, on those trails, the access to the beach, those two stairways, perfect. The gate I do not agree with. The intersection, the Redondo and Highway 1, I'm not able to actually even think about what could happen. The traffic is going to increase. More people are going to come to the beach, especially if it's free parking. Every other beach on the coast, there's a cost to park. I visit the beach often. During the summer, there's vehicles parked on the side of the road. Last time I was there during the summer, last year, they were pretty far, east from the beach, and not a lot of space to park on the side of the road. So that is also a concern. As I understand, we can still do work on a parking lot where the existing parking lot is. There's also other public, property southeast or where the existing parking lot is. I believe that's a city street. Am I wrong about that being a city street? So the other thing is, Vice Mayor Rareback also commented there's a post about where the bathrooms are going to go. Why wasn't there a picture about where the parking lot is going to go? I think we should have been able to see a picture where the parking lot is proposed to go. The road could be fixed. That's not a problem. Road is fixable. You have to make it wider. But it's the safety about the intersection, where it's going to be a wow, and why not, what was not done years back. The plan was already in progress. That could have been addressed years back, not right now. We all know that COVID actually opened up the beach access to a lot of people. So that's where I'm at. There's more. If you build it, they'll be here. Access to the beach. They're already going to the beach, but not everybody's able to get onto the beach. With the stairways, everyone's going to be able to get to the beach. There's going to be more vehicles parked, free parking, bathrooms. And again, the safety, the life of a person is worth more than the cost of a traffic study or the cost of putting turning lanes on our Highway 1. So I actually affirmed the appeal. I concur with Vice Mayor Rearback. Thank you. Councilmember Brownstone.
Yeah, I'd like to respond and ask a question. I don't see why we have to approve of these appeals to make all those traffic improvements that you're talking about. We're going to have to do that anyway, regardless. Why do we have to approve these appeals? We will have to make those traffic improvements, period. I think everyone agrees with that. And no, we shouldn't put, human lives, against, we don't need a traffic study. We know that we're going to need to make those improvements. So I don't understand why we need to approve these appeals at all, because we're going to move forward with those traffic improvements. And if there's going to be a tie vote tonight, then I say we should, move this to, our decision to a next meeting where we have all 5 of our council members here. But I have no idea why we need to approve the appeals to move forward on these actions. We as city council members make the decision to make those improvements that you're talking about. That's on us. So why would we delay working on that, and by going with the delays of approvals and going to the Coastal Commission? I don't understand it. I just don't understand. So no, tell me.
If I could respond. This is all a package, whether we like it or not, and I understand CLT is not responsible for the safety improvements that I think are absolutely essential. But if we went ahead and just let the project be approved in its existing state, there's no guarantee that we would address these safety concerns. So that's my concern, is that we make sure that the safety concerns are considered. And the only way that I can see to do that, to assure that that happens, is to affirm the appeal of Mr. Ferrara.
I completely understand. It's not on Coastal Land Trust, to actually work on the safety of the road. But again, if they applied for the permit 5 years ago, why not look into that intersection 5 years ago and actually worked on it 5 years ago and bring it to City Council, and inside the City Council make a decision that they needed to have turn lanes on that intersection because of the future access. Right. So that's, like I mentioned, safety is a big concern of mine. I don't want to approve an application that I know that I get or the future consequences with anybody, especially, do you see the visitors on the weekend, how they drive? I'm driving all the time. I see them do U-turns on Highway 1. I've become very close to hitting vehicles doing U-turns on Highway 1. So that's why it's my concern. If we don't have a safe way to actually go in and out of Redondo Beach Road, I'm not going to approve the application.
We knew 20 years ago that we should be making improvements. That's what you heard. It's on the city. We didn't do it. So why are we all of a sudden saying, oh, yeah, 5 years ago, the Land Trust should have alerted to this? We've known for 20 years that these improvements should be made. Now that there's a project moving forward and these grants have been approved for $8 million, yeah, that puts the imperative on us to wake up to what we should have done 20 years ago and say, well, now we really have a need to do this, because otherwise it jeopardizes this fantastic project from moving forward. Vice Mayor Rohrabaugh, you said, what are the guarantees? We're the guarantors of this. It's us. We say we will guarantee that we make these improvements and make it happen. It's on us. It'll be on us regardless. Goes to the Coastal Commission, it's still going to be on us. Coastal Commission won't force us to make those traffic improvements. That's up to us to take care of that. That's our responsibility. So I see I don't understand why approving the appeal makes that happen any quicker. It doesn't. In fact, it slows it down. It's on us. We make the guarantee as a council that we will make those improvements. We don't need someone from the outside telling us, you have to guarantee us. You know, no one's holding a gun to our heads. It's for us to do as council members.
Coastal Commission, so that it means from us, it goes to the Coastal Commission, so they'll make a decision. So they're going to approve the building on the parking lot at the Redondo Beach, but they're also going to require from us to actually have a safe exit and entrance of Redondo Beach road.
No, they will not require that.
It's still, I think with what we have right now, what's being presented to us, you know, I still affirm the appeals, you know, for safety. And we need to look more into it for me to make actually deny the appeals.
Mr. Chair, through the chair, I'd like to hear from staff what recommendations, I know you had some of them in your staff report, addressing the concerns of appellants and people who showed up at the Planning Commission meeting, changes that you have made to address those concerns. I know there are some. That's a question to staff.
Yes, I'd be happy to start us off. The one change we did request was that some changes to some of the sheets in the plan set to resolve a typo within the plans. We also researched traffic accident data just to see if the intersection is one to be of concern, and we didn't, at least in the past 10 years, there hasn't been a substantial amount of accidents. Maz, maybe you have
Yeah, I just want to make a comment about work that the city's doing currently on the Highway 1 corridor, especially on the south side. I know we've done a number of projects in the last few years. We have more projects that are on the pipeline that are coming up. One of the things that we recently received some funding on is through the San Mateo County Transportation Authority is a grant to look at a Highway 1 South Corridor study. And we're looking at 92 all the way to the southern city limits because there's a lot of needs. There is this one intersection. There is intersection at Filbert. There's intersection at Seymour. There are lack of continuous east side and west side trail segments along Highway 1. And that study is going to look at that and set us up nicely for improvements and funding opportunities to actually make these improvements. So regardless of this project, that's actually something that's been moving forward. And ultimately, we can look at other improvements in the interim. There is nothing that keeps us from looking at a turn lane traffic study or not. We can consider looking at those improvements on the state highway system. We can consider alternatives such as not restricting left turn movements out of Redondo Beach Road if that's one of the concerns. I mean, there's certainly a number of things we can consider and look into doing as part of any safety improvements necessary. We also heard a lot about Redondo Beach Road itself. I would like to point out that there's been some construction going on with some utility work for private development. I understand that there's quite a bit of potholes Some of them have been occurring because of some of that trench work that's not completed yet. We also have other areas where we do need to maintain and that we have not gone to do yet. And so that's definitely a street that's on our list to do improvements, but we were holding off until some of that construction was completed. And so, again, we can look at many areas on Redondo Beach Road, regardless of this project. And I think even if, whatever happens on this, those are things that we still have to look at and consider. So I just wanted to provide that little bit of background and context.
If I could just briefly add beyond the information provided by Maz John Dowdy for the record. I think the council member Ruddick was asking about what we have applied in terms of conditions and applied that were concerns and issues. First, Planning Commission reduced the number of parking lots from 3 to 2. We've been pretty clear in the record about that. That reduced to 35 plus 10 reserve spaces to a total of 45. That was done at the behest of the folks in the community. I think staff would concur that we are concerned that on appeal, the Coastal Commission may very well consider going to a higher number, and that because of the maximizing coastal access, which are specific policies in your certified local coastal land use plan. It says maximize coastal access. Beyond that, we've discussed tonight that CLT agrees to close the restrooms overnight, basically sunrise to sunset. They will be open. After that, they'll be closed. We're requiring the posting of the parking lots, signage to reflect those hours, also to reflect the turnaround issues and some of the various pieces of this. So those are all things that have been responded to, and addressed and adjusted as a result of community input, both at the Planning Commission level and ultimately during the last several weeks of conversations with that, just to add a little bit onto the layer. Thanks.
Vice Mayor.
As two of the conditions of approval that were in the staff report that are new, that the Planning Commission hadn't considered, A9 says that CLT is to manage the parking. I'm a little unsure that that's a good idea. I don't think that a non-governmental agency should be in charge of dealing with parking issues. Conditions of approval A10 said that we should wait at least 2 years to see if the 10 additional parking spots might be required. Again, I don't think that makes a lot of sense. I think we do need more parking, and I suggested a location that I believe is better. I understand that I'm not supposed to manage projects from the dais, but I think having more parking closer to the ocean makes a lot of sense. And I would like to see that the proposed locations of the parking lots not tear down some beautiful trees.
Thank you. Hold on. So that's another thing. Having the parking closer to the beach will actually invite more people to come to the beach, especially those who need a wheelchair, those who need a walker. The accessibility to the beach. To me, that makes more sense. Part of the application should have been how you plan to actually solve some of these problems. The gate is a big issue. Okay. Coastal Land Trust actually taking care of the bathrooms and the parking lot. Question that you can actually answer for me. Have your organization have you ever done that? You know, what is your solution to actually keeping the bathrooms clean and closed and taking care of the parking lot? That should be in part of the application. You know, how are you going to get that done? So no, so there's several things that you're actually missing on your application. You know, and again, accessibility for everybody who's not able to walk a quarter of a mile to go to the beach or get close to the bluffs. That's another one. Go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor Jimenez. Okay, so I heard a few questions. First and foremost, CLT will be hiring a management company to deal with the cleaning the bathrooms and locking, and that's completely normal approach to doing something in terms of this type of management. It sounds like folks want the parking in various different places. We put the parking in a place that's safe. The trees are eucalyptus. They are not heritage trees. They are not heritage trees. We're also removing any trees that we're removing. Also, there's also a tree replacement incorporated into this. I would also like to point out that we can't move parking to a place we don't own the land, and that has access to Redondo Beach Road. So, and we actually purchased that horrible lot at the end that's currently where everybody parks very dangerously, so that we could close it off and revegetate it. And I think you keep referring to 5 years ago. When I said 5 years ago, I meant that's when I first started applying for funding for construction. This project's been in the works for a long time, and we did analyze that's the whole point of the SEQRA review that we referred to, that did look at the traffic impacts, and that's what I was saying when it means a lot that there was no significant impact, and that's Caltrans agreed. And so I think I understand I'm not denying there are lots of bad things, about the road and stuff like that. I'm just saying that with this project, we're making things better. We're not increasing the level of use. And I want to also point out that by sending it to the Coastal Commission, they want more parking, and then we lose control over the project. Your best bet at addressing the issues with the road and anything, the safety and stuff like that, is to do it here, not to send it to the Coastal Commission. That's where the project turns into something we have no control over, and it becomes much bigger. They want more parking. They were the ones who they want more access to the beach. That's what their job is. And they don't care. That it is not part of their policy review to say, oh, well, you got to deal with this traffic issue. That's completely not what they care about, and it's not within their purview. All they will do is say, are you maximizing access? And they'll look at it and say, oh, wow, you could fit another 40 parking spaces or 35 parking spaces there. That's what they're going to do. And I agree. I don't think that that's a good idea at all. And so that's what you're doing by approving the appeal, is you're sending it off to the Coastal Commission, and they don't care about our local interests. They have no care about safety. They will take 1.5 years to hear the project. That's the earliest that they would hear it. And so you're pushing it down the road. I don't know that we could even accept the funding now based on that timeline. And so you're basically saying you don't want this project. That's what you're saying. And you're literally making a decision that's what and after all this work, you don't want to send it off to the Coastal Commission for them to take a stab at it. It won't get better. It'll just get bigger, and with no safety improvements. I'm really encouraged. I'm trying to, I'm on your side. I'm trying to make the access better and deal with these things, but I'm just telling you, we lose control when it goes to that level. All of us do. And we don't get anything we want. None of us get anything. So I just really think that's an important piece for everybody to recognize in making that decision to approve the appeal. That's what you're saying.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Hold on. I'm there often on the road, and the parking lot where it's being proposed, they're not eucalyptus. They're not eucalyptus trees. The eucalyptus trees actually are further down by the entrance for the courtyard, is for the golf course. Okay, and again, if this was a project that was going to be happening, 10 years ago, it should have been looked at, about the intersection back then, not 5 years ago, not right now. That it could change in 2 years. I understand that. right? But that's something, prior to making a decision, to go on with your application, what you're proposing, the intersection should be in part of the application. What were you going to do about it when you came to this point? So, I wish I could show pictures, but those are not eucalyptus where you're planning to do the parking lot.
I'm going to ask staff after this to address what the trees are. We did do a tree replacement there are a certain number of trees that we're cutting down. We have tree replacement included planting in there. Those trees are less than 30 years old. They're not heritage trees. But I want to point, you asked about the intersection again. The way that, if we're looking at impacts to the intersection, there has to be some level of service increase. And it has to be significant for there to be even an interest or for it to be warranted to do a traffic study. And my point is that the project didn't exceed that. It never went above that. It didn't create a significant impact. We're not creating new access. The beach access is there, and everybody's making assumptions about what will happen, but the project itself is not creating new access. It's not creating more parking than what's already there. The parking that was approved through the Planning Commission made sure of that. And I think that's really important, because if we make an assumption that we need a traffic study that's tied to, it's tied to this project, then we're basically sending this project away. We're saying, and it's not warranted by what we have proposed. It's not, there is no basis for it. I apologize if I got the trees thing wrong, but I would rather let staff, since they have that information in front of them, and I do not. Thank you very much.
So I want to follow up on what are the risks of letting this go to the Coastal Commission, because we have an example right in front of us. Remember the Murata Bridge? Yep. Okay. And what it took to get that permit, right? Now, the organization paying for all that, thank God, was the county, not the city, okay? So, because we wouldn't have had the money to, so we go to the Coastal Commission in order to get that permit and in order to, get some more protection, for the base, right? Coastal Commission said, yeah, okay, but there's some more things you're going to have to do, remember? You're going to have to provide picnic tables, this, that, and it raised the cost another $2 million. Not to mention all the time it took the Coastal Commission to approve the permit. And that bridge was out for a long time. So, and again, kudos to the county for not blinking, and their public works department took it on and said, okay, not great that we got to spend all this extra money, but that's what the Coastal Commission requires. So it's kind of really unknown. I mean, that risk, if this goes to Coastal Commission, that'll be on, if that's how this vote goes at the end of the day, when we have all our council members here, that's a huge risk you're taking, because that just opens the door. Maybe they'll want 80 more parking spots. They're all about access to the coast. That's their priority. They're not going to be as concerned about the safety issues. That's on us. That's what we guarantee.
I'd like to also follow up on what Robert's saying.
Please go ahead.
So I served as an alternate coastal commissioner from 2000 to 2003, and I usually sat at the Tuesday parts of the meetings when they actually had Tuesday meetings. And I can tell you, I'm going to reaffirm what I said earlier and what Sarah has said and what Robert has said. The Coastal Commission's authority does not cover CEQA or traffic impacts or any of that stuff. All they are doing is interpreting the Coastal Act and finding or not finding compliance with the Coastal Act. And the Coastal Act, doesn't deal with the kinds of things you're talking about here, which is intersection safety, road improvements, and that sort of thing. But they will look at how we are maximizing access, and they're going to find that we're not even doing enough there. They will want more parking. They'll want more amenities. Now, that said, I'd like to offer up another point of view as well, and that is that by allowing the state, in this instance, to invest money in our community in the form of extending an improved coastal trail, that puts us in a better position to get other state funds, for instance, to address traffic, right? The state wants to protect its investments. If you're not going to allow the state to make an investment, you become lower priority. They're going to invest their money where they have previously invested or invest it in places where they expect to make more investment in the future. So by denying this and, you know, risking your grant money and risking going before the Coastal Commission, you may end up with nothing or too much. But the bottom line is investment makes it more attractive for further investment in terms of whether it's intersection improvements or money for road repairs or for a higher profile position on this climate bond that's going forward. So not investing gets you nowhere when you're looking at the world of grant funding and foundation funding and things like that. So that's why I think it's very important to move forward here. And I'm actually prepared to make an motion right now. And that motion is, I want to acknowledge.
Can you hold on the motion, please?
Sorry?
What you can-
Yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move that we acknowledge the adopted ISMND and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and that the matters under consideration with these appeals do not require recirculation or supplemental environmental review. And 2, deny the Ferreira appeal per the resolution provided in attachment 1. And 3, deny the San Mateo Land Exchange appeal per the resolution provided in attachment 2. And 4, uphold the Planning Commission approval of PDP 16-032 per the resolution including Exhibit A, findings, and Exhibit B, conditions of approval, as approved by the Planning Commission, and added conditions of approval provided in attachment 3. And I would like a second to my motion.
Second.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brownstone,
Yes.
Councilmember Reddick,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rohrbeck,
No.
Mayor Jimenez.
No.
Motion fails.
If I could make a suggestion, it's pretty clear that we're deadlocked here, and we really need the full council to make a decision. So I suggest that we consider this item at the next city council meeting when we have a full council.
I'd like to ask the city attorney what the result is from the failure of this motion.
I would suggest, if we could, if staff could take a quick huddle and just take a short 5-minute break. I want to connect with planning staff on this question. And then also get back to you if there were if I could take a short break.
Sure.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Please be back at 10:30.
Mayor, whenever you're ready, I'm ready to report back on the question.
Yes, please go ahead.
All right, so the question was, well, what happens in the situation when there's a 2-2 vote? And I'll just say, typically speaking, under rules of order, parliamentary rules, a 2-2 vote means the motion fails. This context is unusual in that it's an appeal. Our code is unfortunately silent in terms of what happens on a 2-2 vote on an appeal. So we had to dig a little bit deeper. Other cities' codes actually do address this, and they say that a tie vote before the city council shall be considered a denial of the appeal or no action on a call for review, and the decision of the planning commission shall stand. That's in other codes. That's not in our codes. So I'd do a little bit deeper dive to see what the case law says, and there is there are treatises and case law on point that explain that when there is a tie vote in the absence of a statute addressing ties, the border agency is deemed to have failed to act and the parties are returned to the status quo ante, which I interpret as meaning basically what the other codes say, the planning commission's decision would stand. So that is the result of the action, and that is considered a final action, so it would be appealable to the Coastal Commission, in the event that there is a desire to appeal it.
I'm sorry, Catherine, can you explain that again? What?
From the beginning? All right, so.
Just sum it up.
So, okay, let's try to sum it up. A 2-2 vote means the planning commission stands, the planning commission decision stands, and the CDP is essentially granted. There's no change. So the planning commission granted approved the CDP, and that decision would then be final based on the vote tonight of the city council.
So that's it.
I thought I heard you say something about appealable to the Coastal Commission. When did that come up?
Once the council makes a final action on an appeal hearing, your decision, or in this case, your lack of decision, is now appealable to the Coastal Commission. So that would be the next step in this process, is that the appellants for this could now appeal this to the Coastal Commission.
Wait, that would be true regardless of, if this was a 3-1 vote tonight.
It would still be appealable
It's still
to the Coastal
appealable, so
Commission.
that doesn't make a difference. Okay.
But if it were a 3-1 vote, it would be the applicant who would be, yes, it would still be the appellants who might want to appeal. Correct. So that's true. That does not change the status quo.
Right, so it's the same thing.
Same
Okay.
result, yes.
So it's great. We don't have to have a revote next meeting. It's done, right?
Correct.
So if I understand correctly, the appellant can now bring this decision to the Coastal Commission, is that right?
Correct. They have exhausted all of their administrative remedies by taking the appeal to the city council. The city council deadlocked, but under California law, that means that the decision of the planning commission stands. So the planning commission approved the CDP. The city has now made a final decision, and the appellants can take the next step if they desire.
Which they could have done if we had upheld the appeal tonight, is that right?
If you had upheld the appeals, then the applicant could appeal it to the Coastal Commission. So no matter what result happened tonight, somebody could still appeal it to the Coastal Commission. That is the process for these cases.
Okay.
Can we?
The planning commission, the public hearing is closed, so I would suggest not reopening it. If there's a desire for further discussion of the council, obviously you may do that, given what you know now about how you decided. But I would suggest if you take additional comment, that would reopen the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, As I
Yes,
am
go ahead.
ill and participating remotely, I've exhausted my ability to participate tonight, and I am out of here. Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
So the vote's been completed, just so we know where we stand. The appeal, the Planning Commission decision stands, and it can be appealed by the appellant.
Can we make additional comments right now, or it's?
Well, you are the mayor, so I would say yes, you may make additional comments.
So my additional comments, again, is to some of the application, the applicant about the requesting to moving the gate west of the parking lot. So, so do we have to petition to actually leave the gate where it's at, fixing the intersection, making it safe, with pockets to turn left or right, I mean, into the Redondo Beach Road, or to actually exit to turn left and fixing the road? Is that like something that we can actually petition for that to happen before anything, or to make changes on that and actually show images of where the parking lot is going to be and the trees?
Well, we're responsible for safety enforcement, in terms of gates open, locked. I mean, that's something we'll be continuously responsible for, right? Anyway.
I think if I understand what you're asking, are you asking if there's still an opportunity to impose those requirements on the project?
Correct.
At this point, as my understanding, and please, Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is now out of our hands, and it would, if there's an appeal up to Coastal Commission presumably could impose additional, conditions, but I don't see any, any basis for us to do so.
Right. Now, going back to the original discussion, as Councilmember Brownstone pointed out, we have the ability to take action on these things ourselves. And so I think that would be my recommendation, is for you to give direction to staff to do some additional work to identify opportunities to create a safer environment out there. And then we can talk about how that gets implemented. We have our priority setting session next Thursday. I think that's a very appropriate place to have that discussion. And that way it can be incorporated into the work plan of all the things that we're working on right now. And it fits nicely within one of our priority areas, which is traffic and TDM.
Okay, thank you, Matthew, for clarifying that. Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break before the next item. Please be back at 10:50. Welcome back. We now move on to our resolutions and staff reports.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Lisa Rossi, the Administrative Services Director for the city. And tonight I am bringing you a request for a resolution for the appointment of a CalPERS retired annuitant. And I do not have a PowerPoint. With your permission, I'll just go through a few facts and then we can have any questions answered.
Granted.
So as you know, our Community Development Director has taken a position with the City Manager's Office, and that leaves us with a vacancy for a Community Development Director. We have already begun the recruitment process, and in the interim, we would like to bring on a CalPERS retiree. Under Government Code and CalPERS regulations, we are required to bring this to council because the candidate we are looking at, Mr. Stephen McCarris, retired in September. So it is not after the 180 days of retirement that CalPERS requests. And because he is a retired annuitant of the same retirement system, we do need to get a resolution approving the fact and basically identifying that we are not giving him anything other than his wage. We're not giving him any retirement benefits. Everything is staying very simple. He is under regulations to not work a specific amount of hours. And also, in each fiscal year, the hours start over. We do have him going, as you saw on the agreement, until the end of the year, but this is just enough time to help us make sure we get a good candidate on board. We do a very thorough recruitment, and we have already started working with a professional recruiter who will assist us in this process. So we come to you tonight for this resolution to allow us to bring Mr. McCarris on. His start date would be Thursday, and he would assume the role. Now, I'm sure you've read your staff report. Just for the public's information, Mr. McCarris does have over 30 years of public service experience, including serving as a community development director in other public entities, and recently just ended as city manager of the city of Milpitas. So his qualifications are very thorough, and we feel he'd be a good fit to our department head team.
Do you have any questions, clarifying questions, comments? No? No public comment? No? Somebody make a motion, please.
I would like to make a motion that we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to appoint Stephen McCarris, a retired CalPERS how do you pronounce that? Annuitant, as the interim community development director.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brownstone,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rohrbach,
Yes.
Mayor Jimenez.
Yes.
Motion carries. And then since Councilmember Reddick has left the meeting, we no longer need to do roll call votes for the rest of the meeting.
Unless you want to, Mr. Mayor.
We go on to item 3B, downtown streetscape master plan.
Okay. Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, and community. My name is Karen Decker, Economic and Community Vitality Manager within the City Manager's Office. I'm here tonight to present an update on the Downtown Streetscape Master Plan. Very excited to deliver this update. I also want to acknowledge the lateness of the hour and just double down on my appreciation for your time and attention and I'm going to err on the side of brevity. And halfway through the presentation, I'm going to be joined by our Assistant City Manager, John Dowdy, who will be helping deliver the second half of the design elements. So just real quick overall arc of this presentation, I'll be providing a refresh on goals and the focus area of this project and what we've been doing to engage the community, but we'll really spend the bulk of our time on the design and what we've heard over the last several months. The project goals are there. I won't read them for you, but I'll give you a chance to peruse them briefly and just share the fact that revitalizing the streetscape of Main Street stemmed from the Coastside Recovery Initiative. We had 4 working teams. This was a recommendation from Team Vibrant. And I know we use that term a lot, vibrant, especially in this project. And so for purposes of this project, when we say vibrant space, we define that as having both an economic impact, where there's an exchange of goods and services, but there's also a community purpose to this facilitation of an exchange of ideas and experiences and traditions and layers of culture. The focus of this project has an emphasis on Heritage Main Street, but it does take into totality the length of Main Street. And part of that is because there has already been great investment and institutional knowledge gained from plans that we can stand on the shoulders of. Just a few examples are the Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan, the Green Infrastructure Plan, and of course recently our local Coastal Land Use Plan. So some of the concepts that you'll hear about, like North Main Street or Kitty Fernandez, they're not in the scope of Heritage Main from the historic bridge to Correa Street. They are beyond those boundaries. And those elements have been brought into the design out of direct acknowledgement of the feedback that we heard from the community. Project timeline, this is more for illustrative purposes. This is all to say we have come a long way. Last summer, the tool design team started an existing conditions review of some of the plans that I mentioned, in addition to many more, including the Cal Poly study that was referenced by several community members during our workshops. We have a lot of shoulders to stand on. We conducted a lot of visioning that included extensive community input. But really the point of this slide is to let you know that this project is on schedule and it is on budget. Engagement update. So engagement is important in any city initiative or any city project, but it was really, really core to this project. It had a big influence on the selection of the design firm, and robust community input was really, really critical. You have starting with Discovery Week last September, we really wanted to hear from the community. We did a session with this council, and we asked your likes, your dislikes of Main Street and any untapped potential that you were excited about. And we actually engaged 150 community members in that process. A month later, in the yellow, you will see that we had Design Week, where we engaged an additional 90 members. And when I say we engaged 150 people and we engaged 90 people, I don't mean that someone was walking by and they got handed a flyer. I mean engagement with the design team while they're drawing, having robust discussions, sometimes upwards of an hour long. These were people who took time to come to these meetings and open studio workshops. And we also had a much wider reach than just those 150 and those 90. I am pleased with those numbers, but this project was covered extensively and had a wider reach vis-a-vis the Daily Journal calling and saying, hey, I heard about this streetscape project. We want to interview you. Tell us more about it. The Half Moon Bay Review covered this. Coastside Buzz extensively and proactively covered this, as well as KHMB Radio. We did a lot of marketing and communication activities summarized in your staff report. And also in the green, we also did a community survey to cast an even wider net in case we didn't catch people in September and October. And there was also a dual purpose for that survey. What could be done sooner rather than later with minimal investment, realizing that this is likely a multi-phase, multi-year, multi-million-dollar project? what could we do for any low-hanging fruit, if you will, that could maximize impact in a shorter time frame and with as few dollars as possible. But the main takeaway that I really want you to take from this slide and this engagement effort is that to the project team, the range of participants was just as important to us as the number of participants. And what I mean by that is a lot of time and care was taken to ensure that there was diversity within these gatherings. We had longtime residents talking with more recent arrivals. We had the business perspective, nonprofit perspective, youth perspective, age-friendly initiative advocates, transportation folks, just a really, really wide swath of participants that we don't always typically see at civic engagement gatherings. And frankly, we had a chance to try some new things. And we're always trying to do a better job of reaching the hard to reach. And a few examples with this project was visiting an age-friendly initiative meeting, using a recent youth commission as a pipeline for feedback. You know, we went to Alas and we could have dropped off flyers and said, oh, we encourage your staff to stop by these open design studios. But instead we said, can you build us into your staff meeting agenda? We will go and visit you and we will conduct the meeting in Spanish. And that's what we did. We did pop-ups, and a few weekends ago, the Mexican consulate visited Half Moon Bay, and they were at the Half Moon Bay Library for upwards of 9 hours on a Saturday. And members of the city manager's office team, my colleagues Julissa and Irma, were at that event, and they thought, what an incredible opportunity to have a captive audience. So they made a QR code, and they printed out hard copies to try to reach as many people as possible while they already had to stand there waiting in line. Might as well give feedback on this exciting project. Okay, so down to what we heard, wayfinding, huge need to improve signage, especially for visitors. A lot of people don't know there's a main street. We've heard this anecdotally for years, that a lot of people exit 92, make that right, and go to the beach or go to their family traditions, not realizing there's a historic main street. There's no gateway or monument signage, which we've been able to install, for example, at the south end of Main Street. For North Main Street, through our survey questions, even though it wasn't tied to a particular geography, respondents wanted improved visibility at key intersections. And this was repeated several times in some areas, including at Lewis Foster Drive by the high school, and that crosswalks were among the top responses for making Main Street safer for pedestrians and drivers. Regards to Heritage Main, just general repurposing of the space. People really like the mom and pop shops, they like restaurants to eat at, but they want more activation. So how do we design to that? Parking, strong but wide range of opinions about parking, and it's probably what you would think. Some were very adamant that there should be no cars on Main Street. Some people thought that should be one way. Some people thought, why would you change the herringbone parking? Other people thought the angled parking was terribly unsafe, especially with long bed trucks. Others were saying, where's the parking garage? We need to anticipate more people. So parking was a very exciting and diverse topic that solicited a lot of enthusiasm, but I would say there was not one, united voice in terms of our parking ideas. There were a lot of constituents that needed to be addressed, and the design that the tool team is going to put forward ultimately features flexibility by design, and in doing so will provide further options down the road. Kitty Fernandez Park, largest public space in downtown. If you look at a picture of the library frontage in front of the library and a picture of Mac Dutra, Kitty Fernandez is the largest. And there was so much just unanimous ringing endorsement for activating that space, doing something with that underutilized space. And also in the survey, people really raved about tree lights. They like the ambiance that it creates. People want more places to gather. They say there's not enough places to sit. They would like more landscaping and would like more downtown furnishings. So overall, we heard the community wanting a safe, cohesive experience in Half Moon Bay for both residents and visitors. These ideas for the future are intended to enhance the things we love and honor about the quaintness and the character that we heard so much about, the good bones, the layers of history, and the elements that make Half Moon Bay so special. Okay, we're gonna quickly go through these design elements, starting with wayfinding. Let you glance at the slide. Overall, a cohesive strategy for the city will be important. There are a lot of signs out in the public realm, but a cohesive strategy will go a long way to refining signage and encouraging new signage in appropriate locations. This would be for vehicles, it's for pedestrians, it's for cyclists. There should be a strategy and some consistency tied into other branding efforts that exist beyond streetscape, like Shop Local, for example. In terms of Heritage Main, flush, flexible street concept, when we say flush street, we mean limited use of curbs. So curbs may be introduced, for example, around, say, planting areas, but they would be limited in use by design. The community had strong endorsement for an all ages and all abilities approach, flexibility in the design for seating and for parking, and wanting a walking space that is seamless and that allows for maximum flexibility. You can create kind of a plaza type feel by going with this approach, and the street can be closed for events that were really important to this community through the feedback that we got, our parades, our festivals. It's just, we heard a lot of nostalgic and a lot of affection for these concepts, and certainly don't want them to go away, but want them to be enhanced. The flush street concept allows for this kind of flexibility and accessibility. It's a much easier space for anyone with any sort of mobility impairment to navigate. And it would require a shift to parallel parking. This would allow for much greater pedestrian space, bump outs for trees, and gathering spaces on both sides of the street. And then seating areas can be accommodated throughout. The design team allocated a 6-foot clearance as a furnishing zone or in parking areas. And we heard a lot about having additional seating in downtown. This is the same concept, just kind of a different aerial view to give you some perspective. The parallel parking would occur only on the heritage blocks of Main, and then more formalizing the more angled parking on the cross streets that are perpendicular to Main would help us regain some lost parking spots. This would also shorten pedestrian crossing distances because of the wider sidewalks and the parking configuration. We did hear concern about, there's hay bales and there's feed and fuel and there's Pastorino. There's a lot of delivery trucks that go through our downtown. And the southwest corner of Kelly was looked at specifically to design around that to accommodate bus turning movements, delivery truck movements. We took a long, hard look at that and realized that that was important to many people. Also, there will be bike parking areas along each block according to this design. And the plan would feature pedestrian kind of clear zones upwards of 16 feet from one side of the street to the other, and that would also allow for cafe seating. The material palette, just in general, there was a resounding desire for textured and natural. Provided some ideas on the feel of materials. These are some hardscapes, some landscapes and furnishings at the workshops, and people really gravitated toward expressing this coastal aesthetic. It's inspired by muted but rich tones, authentic materials, and a lot of affection for existing spaces like the library and new murals like the mural at Kelly and Main. At this point, I'm going to invite our Assistant City Manager, John Dowdy, to take us through the remaining material palettes.
Thank you. And I'm going to zip you through this, I promise, because I know we still have a few things to talk about. So the takeaway from our outreach and work is that the community likes the nature, the feel of nature, basically the textures and the natural textures, natural materials, not ultra modern, but interesting. These are just some of the concepts out there, not final designs, but just wanted to put that out there and look at it from that perspective. The street trees are an important piece. We'll talk a little more about that, but if you might have seen the design that briefly that was shown there, we are going to have to look at replacing street trees if we're going to make the Heritage Main Street section change in the future. Part of that is looking at what that palette should look like in terms of the types of trees, that they don't block the architecture, they don't block signage, but they still provide an interesting and textured feel in the downtown. So, but that's a disclosure that yes, ultimately this would require replacement of those street trees. I will say the street trees are challenging because they're not irrigated at this point and they have gone very shallow roots. So while they may look great, they are not the most healthy trees. We're looking at other plant palettes, ground cover, trying to keep color year round, trying to keep different textures, different heights, but throughout various pieces of the downtown area. This is something I know that we've been talking about for some time. This is just a concept in terms of the archway piece. Don't give too much attention to the design, just a concept, but what you're looking at, and I know you can't see it, but I feel better with the pointer, I guess, is that this would be at the corner of Main Street and Highway 92, and if you're looking straight at it, you're looking back toward the car wash. If you're looking out and to the left on your screen would be the gas station there. This will take some work because of just the, in terms of bringing and narrowing lanes a bit, but we think that this can be accommodated. Some of the questions were, why aren't we looking over 92? Part of the reason with that is that Caltrans will be a long-standing challenge and issue there, but the other piece of this is that if you put it over 92, and it has a sign that says go left to downtown, this really is the entryway, and it also is there for people turning from, as they're traveling from west to east, as well as traveling from north to south. So this gateway should not be just considered only for attracting folks who are making a left turn, perhaps, as they're headed westbound toward the beaches. So that's part of this. Certainly can talk about it, but that's really been kind of the concept at this point. So this project looked at and was focused initially on core area, the Heritage Main Street, which is 4 blocks from the bridge to Correas. We also felt it was important, and the council approved in the scope, the idea that we would look at Main Street all the way from Highway 1 to Highway 1, south and north. And so we would have some continuity in street furnishings, colors, textures, designs, but they would not necessarily, those pieces on each end would not necessarily be identical and not necessarily the flush design, but basically would look like Main Street was meant to be together and stitched together with this. This is an area, obviously, that is the north end, and plans include various aspects, including the potential for additional murals there, particularly on the rear of that wonderful Rite Aid building. I know the mayor is always thrilled with that area, with the rollout dumpster that rolls around and all the things that happen there. But also looking at Ace Hardware, could we consolidate driveways, make that a safer point for pedestrians, make it a safer point for cars, and make it a safer point for bicycles? So, the main modes of transportation. Also looking at Lewis Foster Drive connection there. We know what the challenges are when school begins, when school ends there. So there's some work, and Moz has been working with the school district on some thoughts and changes there, and ultimately working your way back to 92 in Maine, which was trying to shorten the distance for pedestrians to get across that street, particularly across 92. And then ultimately, the consultants believe, looking at the design here, that we could look at 10-foot multi-purpose paths and trails along each side of Main Street, at least from Stone Pine or the bridge back all the way to 92. So again, looking at various things. We are also, again, talking about Lewis Foster Drive, and I won't go into all of that. I've already said it, but those are the concepts, those are the things we're looking at, trying to address some of the existing conditions and plan for those and look at when projects do come, that we have somewhat of a concept at least in place to be able to respond to, react to, and perhaps require the applicants to meet those standards. One of the fun parts about this was also kind of a spin-off to this was what could be done with Kitty Fernandez. And, you know, Kitty Fernandez is kind of like what Mac Dutra used to be, which was a concrete walls blocking the view and blocking access to the actual park area from Main Street. And so the consultant did take some conceptual look at this. I'll show you two concepts. This is what they consider the front porch would be, sort of a line of seating and fixed seating of some nature there, bench seating, and still leaving the access to the adjoining properties to the rear available there. But opening this up and opening up the wall. This has also been a site that we've been contemplating for the Farm Worker Memorial as well. So this is something that's also in the mix. And also there has been an indication, particularly the Parks and Rec Commission last week, about looking at some kind of children's play area. And you can see some kind of fun swing activities here and things that could be. This also sort of was an idea that it kind of follows in the same texture and feel of the library. The other piece of this was the plaza and green concept, which is basically is a less permanent kind of fixtures in terms of seating. It allows you to flex around tables, chairs, and just use the space more organically, move things around and have a group meeting there or sit by yourself in one chair or seat. And again, that could also include children's activities as well. Ultimately, we have are working to finalize this, and we're hoping to bring the actual plan to the council. We're looking at May at this point, May or June, and looking for that ultimate adoption. This again will be as a study and design study and plan, not a plan in terms of engineered design and study. This is a first step in then being able to look for grant funding and also to look at what we can do short term. When we talk about short term, some of those could be the banners, could be dealing with the banner or the lighting across where the two flagpoles are by the Main Street Bridge, by the old bridge. Some of those things, the murals, various things that we're looking at, the flower baskets, big item for the folks when we did the survey. I will only point out that the sign that you see here is the sign that has been developed by the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Business Association, which is getting, I believe, prepared to be constructed and then also placed at the old sign structure on 92. So you'll get at least this as an initial point of that, hey, turn left, get to Main Street. It's really cool. Not the end all, but not the be all, but a start of something. That concludes my presentation.
Do you have any questions, comments?
No comment, but thank you, John.
Great sign at the end, by the way. Love it. Are all these slides on our city site now, or?
Are the slides on the site? Do we have it on the webpage? I don't know that they are, but they will be.
Because I think
there's a project. We have a project page. We'll make sure that they are. I believe that the project page has been updated, but we'll make sure that it is.
Or in the meantime, at least send council members this particular deck, because there's so many great images there, and this pictures speak 1,000 words, and say, oh, wow, that's cool.
Would you like it electronically, or we can print them?
No, electronically is great.
Okay.
It's
The rest of
nicer
you,
to see it on a monitor.
if you're interested.
Yeah, please send it to everybody.
Okay. We'll do that, and we'll also post it on the project page and move it forward there.
Because there might be a couple of things during our priorities meeting too that we might ring some bells. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thanks
thank
for
you.
all the
Great
hard work.
presentation.
Great.
Sorry it was this late, but I hope it's well worth the wait.
That's right. Exactly.
Looking forward to it. Thank you. We move to item 3C, introduction to the Coastside Venture Studio.
Good evening again. Karen Decker, Economic and Community Vitality Manager. I'm really excited to present this update to you. One of the innovative ideas that was put forth from the Coastside Recovery Initiative Task Force was the launch of a new business incubator on the coast. And I'm so pleased to say that that has gone from a concept to implementation. We have gone from concept to implementation, and I say we with purpose because this has been a group effort that has required a lot of trust from leadership like the council and from our city manager, Matthew Chittister. It's taken a lot of time and research and subject expertise beyond the city manager's office and has required a lot of relationship building to execute. In just a moment, I'll be cueing in Erica Wood, your economic development consultant. She's the author of the Coastside Recovery Initiative report and a major thought partner, largely responsible for $6 million in funding tied to the Coastside Recovery Initiative. The incubator Coastside Venture Studio joins a slate of offerings at the new Opportunity Center at the Coastside. And while I briefly just set the stage with the incubator being housed out of the OCC, great progress has been made stemming from the $2.5 million investment from the county that has made the Opportunity Center, including this incubator, possible. The location has been identified, the lease has been signed, tenant improvements are very close to being completed. And in the last 2 months, a lot has occurred. And I can't talk about the Opportunity Center without inviting Crystal and Geet, Chair and President, Chief Executive Optimist of the Chamber, to join me. In addition to the professional services agreements that you all approved with our service providers, Renaissance, Job Train, and most recently, American Energy Society, who will be introduced this evening, there has been a lot of activity, including relocation of the chamber and some great programming that has already occurred prior to the grand opening that we know you will all be excited to attend. So Crystalline, any updates on the center?
You guys, it's happening. It's so exciting. As is pointed out in every meeting, everywhere, every time, things take a long time to get going. And in the grand scheme of projects, this is actually started and gotten underway quite quickly for the big lift that we were all trying to do. And like Karen mentions, it's taken a whole freaking village. And so we're so excited. We'll have the ribbon cutting, hopefully, fingers crossed, by the end of this month. Everything's looking good for that. And the chamber is so excited to be in this new space and help activate that section of Main Street even more than it already was. And working with Renaissance and Job Train and American Energy Society has already proven to be really fruitful and thoughtful, and we're really excited about what's going to be coming out of the center. And classes have already started. We didn't even wait for construction to be done. We just hit the ground and went. So we hope you come and visit us and see how everything is going.
Go ahead.
I know it's late, but I am still excited to be here this evening. So good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, City staff, and the community that is still here. Erica Wood, and I want to just kick us off by saying that we are so excited that the Coastside Venture Studio has achieved liftoff. It is a major, major thing. And when I was before you back in November, you may remember that I said of all the recommendations in the Coastside Recovery Initiative, this one in particular seemed like the most challenging to implement. And yet here we are. We have an amazing entity in American Energy Society now selected to lead this work after a robust competitive bidding process, I should say. And Eric Vettel, the founder and president of American Energy Society, is joining us here this evening, and you'll be hearing from him momentarily. So just a reminder, if we could go back to the previous slide, our goal with this work was really to incubate and accelerate startups that could create local jobs, that could spur innovation in our region, that could really help strengthen our coastside economy. And we wanted to do that in a way that would tap into what we see as opportunity industries here in the coastside region, those that really harness our region's extraordinary natural assets. That includes things like our beautiful ocean and harbor that you see on the slide, our ag lands, and more. We also think, and we can go to the next slide, that the Coastside Venture Studio is now positioned to achieve an ambitious vision, which is about how we can be more resilient when we face economic and physical disruptions caused by a changing climate. These issues really matter, and they've certainly hit home as we've experienced what happens when our roads fail us, when we lose power and our ability to communicate and do business, and the damage that we've seen in recent years from severe weather events like floods, drought, and wildfire. So we have an amazing opportunity to choose high potential and highly committed startups who will work on innovative climate solutions in these three areas: food, water, and the built environment. And moreover, these startups will be guided by an ethos that is centered on people, planet, and profit. So that also makes this effort really unique. Incubators, I should say, and we said this before, they're not new. Many exist. Some are successful, some are not. We believe we'll be able to set ourselves apart by what we have to offer and where we have to offer it. So again, this region, this place we call home, is like none other. It offers us this amazing learning laboratory in which these startups can develop their proof of concepts, can stage pilot projects in real life circumstances and real life conditions, not simulated in some kind of laboratory. We'll provide hands-on mentorship and support every step of the way for these startups, as well as opportunities to network with some of the best and brightest academic institutions that we have access to, venture investors, and other experts who are part of this region, the greater Silicon Valley region, and even beyond. And the startups will have access to this amazing state-of-the-art facility that is the Opportunity Center, amazing business amenities right in the heart of downtown Half Moon Bay. And we eventually see this becoming a thriving entrepreneurial epicenter. So now you might be thinking, how are we going to make it all happen? As Karen and I like to say, we are not afraid of hard work. And we are so excited that American Energy Society shares that value with us. Their proposal blew us away. The reach and impact of this organization is unmatched. It has 135,000 members worldwide, making it the largest professional association devoted to energy and sustainability in the world. But more importantly, when we looked at the proposal and reviewed it, there was clear alignment with our values and our vision here that we see for the Coastside Venture Studio. And the icing on the cake was that its president and founder lives here on the coast and cares deeply about this place. So we just couldn't have asked for more. So with that, I'm really pleased to turn it over to Eric to say a few words.
Thank you, Erica. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Council, staff.
Thanks for not leaving yet.
What's that?
I said, thanks for staying.
This vision for the Coastside Venture Studio, this incubator, is clear. Contribute to a more resilient coastside economy by recruiting startups that align with the economic interests of the coastside and provide employment opportunities, especially for people who are too often overlooked. My name is Eric Vettel, and I'm the president of the American Energy Society, and we embrace that vision. We've turned that vision into 3 key indicators, performance indicators. Simple. Recruit startups, become financially independent, and create an active advisory board that is aware of coastside values. I'm proud to say that we're just 1 month old, and we're already ahead of schedule. We have a working website. I encourage you, maybe not tonight, but at some point, take a look. We're actively recruiting 7 startups right now, 3 in food, 2 in water, and 2 in the built environment. And we've started actively recruiting coastside thought leaders to join the advisory board. But there's some tasks that aren't measurable but are just as important. My wife, Heidi, and I moved here a few years ago. This is our home. We love it. So in terms of motivation, I am personally and professionally committed to making sure that this incubator reaches its fullest potential. Second, community. A wise person asked me recently, they said, what's your vision, 1-year vision of success? And rather than throw out metrics or data, I said, what I'd like to see is either the Daily Journal or Coastside Magazine do an article on 3 startups at the incubator. Not about me, not about the American Energy Society, not about just a human interest story about these 3 startups and the jobs that they're creating. And then finally, another performance indicator that can't be measured. It's something that I don't think we want to do, and I want to be clear about this. I really actually don't think we want to launch a startup that becomes a billion-dollar unicorn and leaves. I think it's better for us in this community if we get 3 to 5 startups that are generating $10 million a year in revenue, and each one hiring 10 positions, and especially opening the doors to people who maybe hadn't had an opportunity to work for a startup. That's my goal, that's my vision, that's my dream of success. And I hope you don't mind if I reach out to each of you individually. We'd love your advice, your networks, your introductions, and please don't hesitate to come by and visit. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments?
Yeah, maybe staff can help me with this, because I had already pre-referred someone over to the incubator a few months ago. You remember, I'm just trying to remember his name. He wanted us to maybe help out with a feasibility study, right? To do fiber optics ourselves. You remember that guy? Is it, God, I think it's the same, who is it? Michelle Dragoni will probably know, because that's through her. You remember that guy I came and talked about? Because
you're talking about Leo Gomez, who did some of the analysis for the middle mile work?
Yeah, because, you know, we need redundancies, right, in fiber optics.
Right, absolutely.
And I read seen some great articles in a magazine about a couple of guys and one in a small town about our size. He said, you know, to heck with AT&T or these other providers. They bought these huge cables and they bought the machines to put them underground, which is what we would love to have, and figured out a way to charge. Immediately got everybody signing up for it, so they're able to make a small profit, but it really served the community. It was a great idea, and I thought it would be my, you know, more of a micro startup, but it might be a nice idea to.
That's perfect.
Does that
that's
sound like
exactly,
something good?
That's exactly what we're looking for. What's interesting is some of these entrepreneurs are coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
One wouldn't know. In fact, oh my goodness, Hippo Harvest just raised some money from Amazon Climate Pledge, and they're located in Pescadero. Just happened just about a week ago. I mean, these are the sort of things we can't miss. And so I would absolutely like to find out more about this.
Yeah, I'll connect with Michelle.
Yeah, we'll make that connection.
Yeah,
Okay.
great, thanks.
And there are others, but that's exactly what we're looking for. Can't have enough.
Great, I'm looking, wow, thanks for moving to the coast and being here.
We love it.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, no questions. Thank you for the presentation and looking forward to it.
Thank you, Mayor.
We want to item 3D. Question. Doing about the sewer, do we need any council member Penrose, or we don't need them?
No, you have a quorum, so you can make decisions.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good morning, good evening, council members. Maz Buljarginia, Public Works Director, City Engineer. I'm here tonight to talk about the budget amendment for the Princeton Pump Station Capital Project. So the request is to adopt the resolution approving under protest the requested budget augmentation, increasing the previously approved Princeton Pump Station Capital Replacement Project in the amount of $823,849, and to repeal the resolution passed on February 12th, 2024, with regards to the stipulation. Just a little bit of general background. SAM, the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast side, serve as the city of Half Moon Bay, as well as in unincorporated county of El Granada, Moss Beach, and Montera. There are 3 service districts, Granada, Montera, and the city of Half Moon Bay, that through JPA are the 3 member agencies that make up the SAM organization. Overall, the plant averages daily dry weather flows of 4 million gallons, and based on flows, effluent flows to this treatment plant, that is the general process for dividing up the costs for plant-related infrastructure improvements. The SAM budget was approved back in June of last year, and for fiscal year 23-24, the operations and maintenance budget was a combined $7.4 million. Of that, the city's portion was 4.5, which included a 7% increase from the previous year. Overall, as costs and inflation have come, as inflation has come through, costs have gone up across the board, as a lot of folks can attest to. And SAM was not alone in that. The overall increase was 11%. The project here tonight, based on, this item was brought back to the SAM board meeting at the last board meeting, and there was an item with regards to the Princeton Pump Station Capital Replacement Project. And essentially, there was some concerns with the scope of the project is to replace the pump station in its entirety due to age, and more specifically, a concern about employee safety. Due to confined space issues with regards to accessing and maintaining those pumps in that facility. So what we are bringing tonight before you is a updated budget specifically for the Princeton Pump Station Capital Project. As I mentioned previously, there was a budget amendment for $1.2 million as part of the 22-23 fiscal year budget. After evaluating the overall scope of the work and necessary improvements, that had increased to 2.6, and SAM had a budget shortfall of 1.339 million. And so what the city's contribution would be is the 61.5%, and that's where we come up with that total of $823,849. And again, this would be a payment to SAM under protest as the Princeton Pump Station is considered part of the intertie pipeline system, which is the basis of ongoing litigation. So again, the recommendation is before you. If the council decides to reject or not take action tonight, the existing resolution that was approved at the February 6th meeting would stand, which would be that the augmentations are approved pending a signed stipulation and order by all the member agencies. And so that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions, clarifying questions, comments?
No questions, just, we have no choice, basically. It's a public safety issue. If we don't do it, we're going to get sued from the ERF, and apparently we've been told that paying under protest is a legitimate way to pay under protest, even without a stipulation from the other agencies. So I support this motion.
No more questions? Public comment, no?
I support this motion as well, and I'm happy to make the motion.
Please.
I move that we adopt a resolution approving under protest the requested budget augmentation, increasing the previously approved Princeton Pump Station capital replacement project in the amount of $823,849 and repeal resolution 2024-08 approved on February 12th, 2024.
Second.
All is in favor?
Aye.
Man, we're moving through these very quickly now.
We want to item 3E.
All right, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Tonight, I will be presenting the financial update and mid-year review. I'm going to try and keep this as concise as possible, but if any questions, we can ask at the end. Starting with revenues, we have our major revenues with comparison to the prior year based on percentage. For TOT, we had budgeted 9.6, and at December, we received 3.7. About 39% of budget, and compared to last year during this time, it was 45%. I have more information on the next slides about how we're tracking, but and what can we expect, but overall, this revenue is underperforming. Property taxes, we had a budget of 3.9. We've received about 1.6. So this one's coming up a little bit short. There is an adjustment later in the following slides there. Sales and use taxes, we budgeted 3.2, we received 1.1, which is about 34% of the budget. There's also a small adjustment in this category, but this one is a little bit closer to what we're anticipating. Other revenues, we've received 1.8 million out of the 4.4, and other revenues contains one-time payments that make comparing to last year, a bit of an apples to oranges comparison, but this one overall is tracking as anticipated. Now for TOT specifically, this is a chart of our revenues by month for the first 6 months. The darker teal columns are our actuals, the gray columns are what we had budgeted or hoped for. As you can see in the first 3 months, we were close to our expectations generally, but October through December have been misses. As council members, TOT started to slide in February 2023, and we built this fiscal year budget number assuming that that dip was temporary in nature, not necessarily will grow, but would at least bounce back. As of right now, this does not appear to be the case. it's starting to look more and more like 2022 was just an exceptional year, and this might be our new baseline going forward. Overall, the first 6 months, we've had a shortfall from our expectations by about $300K. Since the revenues dipped last year, we took a look at other coastal cities, and they are also experiencing down TOT revenues. There's some silver lining that it's not just us, but it's definitely a significant challenge. Going into how we're going to end this year, we think we're going to end the year in TOT at 8.6 million, which is about 980K down, or about 10%. So going forward with the mid-year review, here are our major revenues and the adjustments that are being proposed. As mentioned, TOT down about 10%. Property taxes down about 160K or 4%. This is mostly due to vehicle in lieu funds. And then sales and use taxes, a small decrease of about 30K or about 1%. So our major revenue adjustments total 1.1 million. We did see some increases in other revenue adjustments of about 368K. Good news in that we obtained additional grant funding for the CARES program and increases in interest. Overall, total revenue adjustment netted with everything against each other is a decrease of about 800. As you can imagine, going into this budget cycle, mid-year cycle, departments were advised against budget increases unless urgent and necessary. We do have one adjustment for operating expenditures, 500K. This is for the city attorney. Our legal matters, our general day-to-day legal matters haven't increased, but we've experienced increases in our litigation costs. That is hard for us to control. Outside of that, there's no other adjustments, and as well as capital projects, there's no adjustments there. What that looks like for us are our fund balances at the end of the year. This chart shows, there's 3 columns here. The first column showing what we adopted back in June, and the second column is updated numbers after our audit. And in the third column is if this revised budget were to be approved. So we're looking at unassigned funds at June 30th to be about 140,000 and reserves to be about 11 million. After the audit, we had some savings that occurred from the previous year. We had about 1.4 million, but due to the falling revenues and increases in costs, that has since been absorbed, and we're looking at unassigned going into next year around 144. Going into future fiscal years, going into fiscal year 24-25, we have an estimated structural deficit of 5.4 million. This is from, as council knows, from public safety, falling revenues, and just increased costs. In order to, it's structural in nature, meaning that the only way to resolve it is to either increase ongoing revenues or decrease ongoing expenditures, or a little bit of both. So this chart shows our revised budget, and then in the next column, the forecast, if we were to do nothing, what that will look like. But of course, this is a forecast, and this is why we do forecasts to make these adjustments ahead of time. With that, I'll hand off to City Manager Chittister.
Thank you, Ken. As the council knows, we've been talking about this since last year's priority setting session in April, that staff would immediately take action to look at places that we could make adjustments and start preparing for what we knew was a structural deficit going forward. Some of the actions that we've already taken, we initiated a cost allocation and fee study. This is looking at what it costs for us to provide services and where we charge fees, how much we're charging and how much that is really tied to our costs. And we'll be hopefully finalizing this in the next couple of months leading into the budget and make some recommendations about adjusted fees, which will ideally help with some of that cost recovery, but that's just one small way that we can impact our ongoing budget. The other major effort that we've made is a full expenditure review. We have a small team of staff that has met every other week, basically throughout this year, to look at every single one of our expenditures, line item by line item, to identify places that we have costs that are unnecessary or good and helpful, but not required for us to absolutely serve the community. And through that, we're identifying opportunities to make cuts to our expenditures. Some of the things that eventually we will have to look at is our staffing levels and the way we operate our services and make some tough choices down the road. But obviously, any of those decisions are going to have significant impacts on the community. And our goal is to be able to limit those impacts to the community and continue to offer the services that they appreciate and depend upon to have a high quality of life here in Half Moon Bay. So where that leads us is we really need to be looking at revenue enhancement options. As Ken mentioned, TOT is really struggling. We've done a lot of investigation on that, and unfortunately, there's just a lot of factors that Half Moon Bay falls into, and I'll just share a few of those things. Coming out of the pandemic, if you'll remember, we had some high hopes because all the forecasts said people are going to want to travel, but they're going to want to do it safely, and small rural communities are a great place to do that. That was Half Moon Bay, and we saw it. 21 and 22 were really great years for us. Unfortunately, those people with that money to spend on that kind of travel are now excited about the prospects of traveling elsewhere, and so outbound international travel is up, and some of this domestic travel in local travel is down. On top of that, inbound international travel is down, especially among Asian countries and China. Well, most of our international travel here in the Bay Area and to the coast side, especially to places like the Ritz-Carlton, comes from China. And so that's kind of that double impact of less people coming internally and less people coming externally. That's had a major impact on us. And then, unfortunately, one of the biggest areas that's been hit with travel is high-end hotels. And of course, we depend on our high-end hotels here on the coast to derive that TOT. So all of that is a perfect storm that explains what we're seeing in our TOT numbers. The good news is it's not expected that this will continue forever, but to what degree it will rebound and how sustainable that will be really remains to be seen. And so we are just being ultra conservative. Our TOT numbers and expectations in this year's budget were already conservative, and we just have to be even more conservative. We see positive projections out there, but we're kind of in the we'll believe it when we see it mode at this point and have to kind of plan for the worst case scenario. And so where that really leaves us is we've got to identify additional revenue opportunities, and the next item after this will cover that. And one-time funds that Ken's pointed out is really going after grants, and we're in a good position to do that, and we've been successful, and we'll want to continue to do that. But that really covers one-time expenses. It's not a good way to repair a structural deficit, which is an ongoing deficit.
Oh, are you still going, Ken? I had a question. Can you just go back to the projection again? I had a question about the number. So the last time we looked at this, was this 5.9 closer to 4 point? Sorry?
I want to clarify, the 5.9 is our reserves. It's the 5.4 that you're looking at above.
The 5.4, sorry.
But you're correct.
And does that include the Carter Park charge, this 5.4, is that what?
No, this is structural impacts, so not one-time impacts. What this takes into consideration, and you're correct, it has grown over the last year as TOT has not recovered, and as was mentioned, our ongoing legal costs, which hopefully will come to an end at some point, but at this point we're projecting those will continue because of the different litigation that we're dealing with right now. So this 5.4 is what we expect over the next several years until we can make some structural changes, and hopefully at some point some of these things recover. But the one thing that's not going to change is our cost for public safety services. Those are coming from the county. Those are only going to grow over time, not to the degree that they've grown over the last couple of years. Ken didn't point out the number, but our sheriff's contract has grown over 50% over the last 2 years. And that's our single highest line item in our budget expenditures. So that's there. And it was unexpected. So any city facing that is going to be challenged, and there are other cities in the county that are also dealing with that.
I'm done.
Public comment, no?
Yeah, Crystal and Geet.
Oh.
Yay.
I just wanted to note two things in regards to, or TOT, oh, I'm so tired. TOT and sales tax. So first of all, I want to give kudos to city staff in regards to the TOT in that from the pandemic, it's been known for a while that diversifying the revenue is going to be an important move, and they've been working very diligently towards that. When it was looking like TOT wasn't going to rebound as we were hoping it would after the pandemic, the city started moving towards increasing the hopeful BID $1 fee. So to proactively change that because TOT is one of those areas where you have to spend money to make money. And currently, the hotel BID, which pays for the Visit Half Moon Bay marketing, is literally on a 2004 budget, which does almost nothing in a 2024 world. So we will be, with the blessing of the hotels, coming to you later this year to increase it from the $1 a night to the $2 a night. No fiscal impact to the city, but will hopefully allow us to do more of that outbound marketing. So hopefully there are things in the works to try to make TOT a much more appetizing number. Secondly, not related to this topic of this meeting, however, I was in a meeting earlier today with merchants who on their own noted that there's many businesses in Half Moon Bay that are fudging their sales tax numbers. So I think that I don't know how the auditing of that works, and I'm sure it's a super detailed, crappy process. But if there's merchants out there that are not paying their share of that fee, and even just in collecting it, if they're not collecting it to even move it forward, then there's definitely missed revenues in there, and that's quite unfair. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have taken note of that, and we'll do some follow-up, as you can see. Lisa perked right up all of a sudden.
Correct. We'll follow up with that.
And red ink.
We'll make a motion.
I move that we accept the financial report for the quarter ended on December 31st, 2023, and adopt a resolution to amend the FY 2023-24 operating and capital budget.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to item 3F.
Yes. So as a follow-up to the previous item, we wanted to talk to you about some revenue enhancement measures that we have been discussing. So a few months back, we created a small internal team of staff who began looking at potential tax measures and other ways that we can increase revenues. After some research and putting some information together, we did meet with the Finance Subcommittee twice. And we're now here to present the subcommittee's recommendation to you and get some further direction as to how you would like us to move forward. So what we're hoping for tonight is some direction on whether you would like us to go do some polling, feasibility analysis, how you want us to move forward with either a parcel tax or sales tax increase. And we can then do that and bring that back to the council for further direction on if we do actually want to prepare any measures for November's ballot. Any measures for November's ballot, we would need to adopt resolutions at our July meeting. So we are in a bit of a time crunch and would want to get this rolling. So Ken is going to go over some of the financial numbers, and then we would be looking for direction from you. Thanks.
All right, so the first one is a parcel tax. A parcel tax is a property tax. The city does not currently have one, although our citizens are, some of them are subjected to a parcel tax from other jurisdictions. And the finance, there's a couple different ways you can do a parcel tax, but the finance subcommittee showed interest in one based on square footage. And on the screen above is a simple structure to give council an idea of how much revenue can be potentially generated. So at 10 cents per square foot generates about 4 million, and then at 15 cents generates about 6 million. And then that last row shows how much the average single family home lot, 5,000 square feet, what the annual tax bill would be. So somewhere between 500 and 750. Now this is a sample structure. There's a lot of flexibility in a parcel tax. It can do 2 different rates based on zoning classes or exemptions, or flat on the first X amount of square footage, things like that. But the numbers are here to give an idea and to get any thoughts from council if this is a preferred route. Then the other one is the sales tax that also provides an opportunity for revenues for the city. Our current rate is 9.375, which is in the bottom bracket for the county. If we were to raise the tax rate by 0.25, that generate about $1 million, and about 0.5% generate about $2 million. We're working with our sales tax consultant to see if it's possible to increase it further, but between 2.5 and 250 is what we feel good that we can increase it to if council were to go that direction. As a reminder, as we think about sales tax, is that some things are exempt from sales tax, a big one being groceries. So there's another thing to keep in mind. So short presentation, the recommendation is to receive a presentation from staff on potential revenue enhancement measures for the November 5th, 2024 general municipal election, direct staff accordingly.
Can I just add, and you know this because 2 of you have been on the finance subcommittee, but the recommendation from the finance subcommittee was to actually poll on both of these taxes to get an understanding of how the community felt about them.
Quick question, just to remind myself, Catherine, there's a difference in what percentage to approve a sales tax would be a 50%
Correct.
mark, but for a parcel tax was 60 or 66%?
66 and 2/3.
Right.
One clarification.
Yeah.
If it's a general sales tax, which means the revenues would just come to the general fund, it can be used for any city purpose, then it's 50+1. If it was tied to something specific, that's called a special tax, and that has the same threshold of 66 and 2/3%.
Yeah, that could be helpful just as a separate slide or add to the slides, because it would be helpful. Thanks.
Ken, what prevents sales tax increase more than 0.5%?
There is a state law surrounding, there's a cap dictated by the state of California, and that cap can be shared either between the city and the county. And some counties have carved out specific legislation where they can go more. There's a lot of legal ramifications around it, so we're still looking into that.
But the bottom line is we can't increase it more than 0.5%, is that right?
We're still looking if we can go above the 0.50, if that's still available to us. We can go up to 0.5, we can go up to 0.5. We're investigating if we can go above that.
So how soon can we find out? When you say investigating, what does that, I mean?
We're working with our sales tax consultant, so I can definitely follow up and see where that's at.
Because I thought that was already a question we were trying to follow up on, so.
It is. I think what they have to look at is if other jurisdictions in the county are also pursuing that, because it would take legislative action. If we're correct that, so to answer the original question, we know we can go up as much as 0.5%. What we don't know is if there's already been some sort of legislation that increased that cap. We don't believe there is. And so what we're also trying to determine is, are other cities looking to push it up? Because often it happens as a coalition of cities. So then to answer your question, I think we can push to have that answer probably by our next council meeting. Or at least our next subcommittee meeting, right?
The other factor in a parcel tax, I think what came up in the last finance committee, we weren't sure if the school district was also looking at a parcel tax. Is that right, Matthew? You remember? I think the other factor around parcel tax is we weren't sure if there's a lot going on in the school district, so.
Yeah, we don't know. We can try to find out, but I think given all the changes in leadership there, I'm not going to anticipate that they're going to move forward with anything this year.
Right. So that would be good to know, though, because no one's going to vote for 2 separate parcel taxes. Yeah.
Not no one, but most people probably wouldn't.
So
the 3 of you would.
That's right. Great.
My 2 cents is that it'd be almost impossible to pass a parcel tax because of the threshold. I wish it were otherwise, but that's my intuition for what it's worth. In the past, I've been against sales tax because it's regressive, but I think given the dire financial circumstances of our city, I would prefer a sales tax, and if we can go more than 0.5%, I would be in favor of that. So that's my recommendation.
Yeah, I tend to leaning towards where Harvey's going on that, but if for no other reason, just the benchmark of 51%, either way is going to be a lot easier, hopefully.
We do have one public speaker on this item. Crystalline Keat.
Hey, Crystalline.
In the most loving way possible. There's been a lot of talk about making the coastside more affordable and increasing minimum wage to help people pay for the things, but then if you turn around and up the sales tax, which gets upped on our vulnerable population as well, it's going to wipe out part of that minimum wage because now everything is more expensive. And so, and there is a PR kind of a thing that goes with it that if you don't mind raising minimum wage and forcing businesses to make all of these changes to affect that minimum wage, but then your budget is short, so the first thing you want to do is raise the cost of everything on the community. So I'm again, lovingly, but it's not a good look for the city if you're willing to do one thing to cover your ends, but you want the businesses to cover everybody else's ends for issues related to things that are out of their control, like the housing costs and insurance costs and all of those things. So it feels a little off balance, and thankfully, you don't have to decide until July. So I look forward to that polling, and thank you. Love you.
Thank you.
And I would just like to add, I think staff's preference would be to poll on both and really get a sense of what the community has an appetite for. Just wanted to share that before you make a decision about how you want to direct us.
Yeah, that actually sounds good to bring it to the community.
And we'll get a chance to see the polling questions before the poll goes out, right? Great.
Yeah, maybe this group could, as part of your motion, could they authorize the subcommittee to work with staff on that? Yeah, kind of delegate that?
Are you saying we do need a motion or just? Okay, great.
So yes, we direct the subcommittee to work with staff to work on the, yeah, good, thank you. Do we have any commissions or committee updates?
I'll just quickly do that and save other people, unless John really wants to. He's been to a lot of commission meetings lately.
Do both of them.
Okay.
The simple, it's simple because both the Parks and Rec and had a joint meeting with the Bike Pedestrian Advisory Committee on Wednesday, and we talked about Streetscape Master Plan, CIP, and also e-bikes. So we had a very good conversation there with Public Works assistants, and that was the basis for that meeting. And the prior night, we had a meeting with the Planning Commission and the Architectural Advisory Committee. We went over the Streetscape Master Plan, and our City Attorney's Office gave a great and brief Brown Act presentation and training, so we really appreciated that.
Thank you, John.
Thank
Better
you.
than I would have done.
Any future items for discussion? Nope. City Council reports? Nope. Meeting is adjourned.